Shalom. Oh, what?
Outside.
Oh, hey guys, I'm in the kitchen today cooking
Welcome to
because
the stream.
I believe all men and women should be equal, and they are equal in every aspect of life. So I'm in the kitchen cooking for me and my girlfriend.
Here.
That's why that's why I'm a fifth wave feminist. I believe in equality. In fact, I believe women are superior to men in certain aspects. Right, Alessandro?
Sorry, I didn't hear anything that you just said.
Oh, are you serious?
No.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I could always hear you. I was just pulling your leg.
Oh, damn, why would you do that?
I'm tired. I gotta get this done. I'm gonna share my screen actually.
I can share your screen on the kitchen so everybody's gonna see me cooking. Well, guys, if you're wondering what I'm cooking rice and chicken because I'm such a great, partner. There's
Can you? Yeah, there's my screen. Okay.
so my girlfriend said she really likes acidity regulators. So I'm putting some acidity regulators in her food. And also she says she likes canola oil because it's all natural. So that's what I'm doing. Oh, I should add some ghee as well because ghee's actually banging the way. This is Maharaja's ghee. It's from Pakistan. Where's Drew? Is he sleeping?
He's having issues with your camera.
Oh, that's just an excuse for him to go sleep though.
Well, he has to lock in, otherwise it's over.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Bruh, I actually didn't. I can't believe this guy didn't know that you're supposed to get this done tomorrow.
That's okay. He'll manage.
I believe in my guy. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put some peas. Oh, you guys can't even see me. Okay. Oh, okay. Can you see? Can you see that?
What are you cooking?
I'm cooking chicken, peas, and super juicy corn and rice. It's gonna be a stir fry. This is my banging stir fry, Allison. You know, oh, I'm gonna be bringing some food in those containers your mom gave me, so you can see how elite my cooking is.
How good was the pasta?
Oh, the pasta was banging, bro. MashaAllah.
Appreciate it.
But you know what was more banging?
What?
Being able to see you. You know what I'm saying? Like no homo.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it was
Of
nice
course.
having everyone at my house.
Agreed, bro. Like, I think we're the best bromance on campus, like hands down, you know, like
Yeah, we should have won that award.
100% we should have won that award. Okay. She's probably gonna get pissed that I put this habanero pepper in here, but let's put some spices, salt, 100%. Why is there vanilla? Pure Madagascar vanilla? Why? Bro, I'm telling you, Jareer has snaked us and left us both to stream.
No, I'd give him a minute. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Yeah, my computer's getting to that point where it's starting to lag a little bit.
Oh, good, bro. Bro, Macs are such a scam, though.
What is?
Macs, bro? Like, my Macs, like, it's been dying on me, bro.
Oh no, I got the brand new Mac.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the
M4 chip?
M4 chip.
How is it compared to, like, the 2022 one? Like, how much better is it?
This is my first Mac.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Welcome to the Mac society.
Well, I just wanted something that, you know, I wasn't going to have to swap it out for a new computer in 2 years' time.
Bro, I'm swapping out my Mac 2 years later.
Because I've had a lot of hit or miss PCs. Because like in my undergrad, I needed what do you call it? I needed Windows for coding purposes.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, I don't need that anymore because I'm no longer in physics.
True.
Where's GU? Did I go past it? Female. What am I looking for? Female. Yeah, it's lagging. Female. Oh, okay, it's called female reproductive there. There we go. Yeah, I went straight past it.
Oh, Jareer's saying you might have to restart.
That's all right. We're good.
Oh, perfect.
We're gonna stream our history taking, right?
You should.
Yeah, we absolutely should. Hmm?
Damn, I think it's the first time I've cooked in like weeks.
Just got to power through. Just got to power through.
Agreed.
I'm copying and pasting from my old logbook into this final version, which is saving me some time. But I feel like a bozo that I've made like silly mistakes here or there.
Hey man, at least I know it's not AI.
Yeah.
Us three never use AI.
It is pretty interesting. Like, I had a lot of difficulty with histories at the start compared to the examinations.
Yeah.
Because the examination is obviously just like a checklist that you can just kind of work through. But the history is like fluid, you know, like it can kind of go however it wants to go.
Yep. Okay, I banged that. I banged that easy.
Is that Drew? Who's that?
What's up?
Oh, hello.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, what did you say?
No, I just didn't know that was you. I said, who was that?
Oh.
Mm. 28th of the 3rd was Oskies. That's week 10, right? Yeah. Oh, I am a bozo. Oh. Yeah, I am a dummy dum-dum. And my computer's lagging. Lovely. I'm at my wit's end. I'm getting there at least. Okay. Okay, what are you trying to claim, chat? Word, sorry. Why are you blue? Go away. Heme. What did I do for heme? Dove. Dove sei? Too far. I did heme. Yeah, here we go. Heme. Okay. Okay. That's a fair point. I also spent some time reflecting on the mistakes I made in my OSCE. History. No, why is Excel out? Go away, Excel. Almost finished on time. Yeah, it's really interesting seeing how I was as a little baby doctor. Well, I am still a baby, but you know, like my third history ever taken. I almost finished on time, which I'm happy with. Yes, that was very fair. Overall, I felt happy with my performance. It was what? Good. Good job. Me too. Uh-oh. Dale. Dale. Great. So I went to a concert last night. It was a pretty good concert. It was Fridays at Sydney Olympic Park. And well, I got there. I don't know who the artists were at the start, but my sisters were there and they really enjoyed it. And then I got to see Lil Jon, Wiz Khalifa, Pitbull, and Mariah Carey, which was an insane lineup. Pitbull's obviously he's the GOAT, Pitbull. But I do have to say, the highlight of the entire night was it's a once in a lifetime thing, hearing Mariah Carey sing All I Want for Christmas.
I didn't realize Shahab was gone.
Oh.
So I was nodding.
I'm just talking, like I'm not even. I don't even know who was listening.
I was nodding, but I was like, wait, Shahab said nothing. So I just switched over and I saw it was empty.
Nah, he knows the story. Because you were on the boat cruise last night.
Yeah,
guys,
so
try to get into
this, no. Did you say Wiz Khalifa as well?
Yeah, Wiz Khalifa, yeah.
And Pitbull, what songs?
All of them, bro.
Really?
All of them, all of his bangers.
Dang.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, but it was pretty steep. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but just hearing Mariah Carey, that jingle at the start of that song, you like, oh, it's Christmas time.
I mean, we got a good 2 months, bro.
Nah, I don't care, bro. It's Christmas time.
Yeah, for sure.
Unironically, I think I might just do GU and then go to bed. I got 15,000 words. 14 and a half. What did I write in my previous drafts? In the CCS session today, I was a doctor and took a history from a colleague. I received. I remember this. Yeah, I took our friend's history in my PBL. I don't know if I can say names on stream, so I'm not going to say the name.
Okay.
How you going, Drew?
Pretty good, man. Just a plate full, so I'm not sure how the next 48 hours are gonna go.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm almost at the end. This is going to be annoying, though. What do I need? Shoulder, knee, spine. Okay. Yeah, like there's just too much stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's just this whole logbook, and then you have to do the GP reports.
The reflections.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay. Did the questions change for each report?
Yes, I do. Oh, that's wrong. That's the 10th. No, hang on. No, that's not wrong. Yeah.
First, I would just like to say, Jareer, you're a snake. Because I was sitting in the lounge for like 20 minutes waiting for you to put me on stage on my phone. It was not put on stage.
You are a liar.
Well, okay, I'm not gonna say wallahi. I was on stage for like I was off stage for about 5-10 minutes because I was watching a Professor Zhang video. But the point being, why would you do this to me, bro? Like you kicked me out of the studio and you don't even bring me back on stage. It's crazy. Like, why?
Wait, why the lies? To what
What
end?
lies, bro? What lies are you talking about, bro?
Bro, when did I kick you? If I did,
Bro,
it was an accident, and I apologize.
thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Nobody's been that nice to me, you know? Like, wow, what a gentleman. I take back everything I said about you, bro.
Thank you.
All right, I need to charge my laptop. I'm going to jump off for a second.
Yeah.
Bro, that new Professor Zhang video, though, crazy.
Wait, what was it called?
The one about the evil.
Oh yeah.
Bro, that video, I'm not gonna lie, bro. My eyes are starting to open after watching that video, you know what I mean? Because I always thought that, like, 400 people on that NASA team, bro.
Hmm.
Hey, yo, the videos they showed about the moon landing, bro, how are they live streaming in, like, 1960s, bro?
Mm-hmm. Now, did you like how the camera panned up when the when the rocket lifted off from the moon?
Bro, yeah, that's how the hell did they get the camera on the moon? Like, did they just leave the camera there? How'd they get the footage back, bro?
No, they left the cameraman there, bro.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, bro. They did leave the cameraman there. I don't know how people can believe that, bro. That's crazy.
Hmm. Wait, what are you saying?
I'm saying how do people believe that, bro? That's crazy.
Believe what?
Bro, if me in 1964 so knowing the stuff I know now saw that, I'd be asking questions like how are they live streaming in 19 whatever whenever the moon landing happened?
Bro, it was broadcasting the same way as TV.
But how are they broadcasting on TV?
Satellite
Like how they
broadcast.
get but how are they getting a satellite connection from the moon? And then the camera too? Like how they get the cameraman up if that was the only rocket there?
No, they landed. They put him there. Then they like re-landed for the shot.
Just, oh, but the amount of money that goes into that just for a shot, bro?
They probably had a
Just
robot.
but then how do they get the footage back?
Maybe they were using StreamYard.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they were. And then wait, how did the President Nixon like call them and have a talk with them? Like, there's no way phone connections would go. I thought phones back then were all wired, bro.
No, that's crazy.
Maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Like, Okay, like hypothetically though, right? Oh, no way.
What's up?
Wait, I'm looking at these new features at Notability. Bro, what the hell? Why was I wasting my time doing that, bro? Dude, I'm not gonna lie though.
What's up?
Bro, I might just finish GP report 3, then go to sleep and do the logbook tomorrow.
Okay. I'll probably be up.
Okay, why am I doing this? I literally have Adobe Edition. I just need to convert something to M4A to MP3. Bro, I think I'm tapping out. Is what somebody else would say. I would never say that. I'm not tapping out, I'm locked in.
Sounds good. Whatever you're comfortable with.
My man's really working on that history taking, I see, bro. Bro, why would the... Bro, I literally have...
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Well.
I made myself another coffee
Oh,
in my nice tall mug. But yeah, my computer's lagging like crazy now.
that's that M4 chip.
Bro, I got like 14,872 words.
Oh,
Hmm.
that should be on Google servers. Why are you putting it on your own hard drive?
I don't know. And I'm streaming too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just keep it as a WAV file. Bro, somebody tried to charge me 50 euros, or sorry, 0.5 euros to convert an M4A to an MP3.
Interesting.
Luckily, I have Adobe Edition, so it didn't take me that long. Yo, do you guys know any audio to text converters?
No, sorry.
I think you can do that on ChatGPT.
Are you serious?
Pretty sure.
Wait, I literally have a premium version of Gemini. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, that too.
Did I just get my dates mixed up? Yeah, I did. Yikes. Okay.
Sure, bro. Are you good? You look like you're dying right now.
What? What are you saying, bro? Why?
Bro, like your eyes are looking very red right now, bro. If you need to sleep, just let us know. Like it's okay. We can continue the stream without you, bro.
All right, I'll let you know.
Easy, bro.
I'm also pretty sure you're going to be sleeping for 5 hours at the end of this stream. It's going to be me doing the
So,
solo.
no, what are you talking about?
Like, the last 5 hours of this stream are almost guaranteed just me.
What makes you say almost guaranteed to be you?
Because it might be 4.
Why say only 4? Why is Discord open? Why is this? I'm just waiting for these audio to text converters. It takes forever, man.
Is he asleep?
Always.
Come on, bro.
Oh, time is flying. How is it 2 o'clock?
I know. Whoa, I'm starting to get really confused. Hang on. The 30th was consolidation. Yes. And the 5th was CCS. Okay. I am finished.
Congrats.
15K.
Nice. And is that everything? Or is
That's
this the
everything.
last? Nice.
It's everything.
Beautiful.
Just got to save it as a PDF and send it to my tutor. Excuse me. Oh, that's it. I've sent it across to my CCS tutor. Hopefully she gets it. She gives me the all clear. Now I'm just going to drink it. So what do you have to do, Juria? What do you have left?
Everything.
You'll get done. I believe you.
I hope so. Thing is, we're getting. Oh, actually, Sandeep's not here on Wednesday, I think.
You shoot up.
I'm not sure who's signing our logbooks. We'll see. Okay, so break it down for me. What do we have in the report? I'm going to make a list.
Okay, so you have...
Oh, sorry, in the portfolio.
Okay, so in the portfolio, the first thing that you absolutely need are your praxis modules. You can't forget that, right? Then I also believe that you need to include your CDT PowerPoints.
Yes.
Then you have to resubmit your GP report number 1 and reflection number 1, but you do not change them. They do not get remarked. It's just part of the portfolio because they were formatives anyway.
Yep.
Then you have to include GP report 2, GP report 3. Now the university says that you should have 3 versions, obviously like a dot point version, an intermediate version, and a final version, but the GP will only request those other versions if it's flagged for AI. So you can play however you want with that. I personally did the drafts because, well, I also use drafts to get my process, but you do you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's report 2, report 3 for GP. Then you also have to do your reflection. The reflection is the exact same. Now, the word count for the GP report is 500 to 750 words. So just aim for about 600-ish. That's good enough. And then for the reflection, it's 500 plus minus 10%.
Yeah.
Then it's also the logbook.
CCS logbook.
Yeah. Then there's another file, which is like your site entries, I think it's called. It's just on Blackboard. So when you go into like site on all that stuff, it's like the days that you had like your complimentary communication skills workshop and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
To my knowledge, that's it.
That's it?
To my knowledge.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go with that for tonight.
The logbook will take the most amount of time. The logbook, certainly. I started really getting my final draft together at about 6 o'clock, and here I am.
8 hours, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it's gone. And welcome back.
Yeah. My went flat.
Wait, the battery.
Yeah, so I'm on charge now.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, that's how long it took me.
All right. I should have my semester 1 submission. I'll build on that.
That's all right. All right, but I'm definitely going to go to bed because I am zonked.
Yeah.
Good luck, boys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Bro, I was trying to take a nap while waiting for the AI thing to load, and it's not loading for me, bro. I'm actually getting pissed.
Is it Gemini?
No, Gemini didn't work.
Is this like a speech to text thing?
Yeah, because I recorded my GP placement.
Oh, okay. Bro, what are you using?
What do you mean?
What's it called?
Well, soundwise.ai. I was using a different one and it failed as well.
Hmm.
So I've been trying to find.
What if you just upload it to YouTube and get the transcript off YouTube?
That could work. The only issue, it's very muffled.
Mine or oh, okay, yeah.
Speech to audio. And the problem is like it's an hour 57 minutes too.
Uh, Try YouTube. That should upload pretty quick.
To get this YouTube it is.
Yo, we got some people on Twitch. Nice.
It's just yeah,
My
just
guy,
impossible.
Bolan, number one.
He just wants us to buy bot viewers, bro.
Hmm.
Why are you saying thanks to this bot, bro?
What?
Why are you thanking this bot, bro?
Don't you thank ChatGPT?
No, it's an AI. Why would I think? Oh yeah, I do.
Hmm. To get better answers.
GPT's not gonna give you better answers by thanking it, bro. That's why. Remember what happened to your GPT last time? Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. You going back to sleep?
Bro, I'm gonna have to, bro.
It's okay.
I'm waiting for this transcriptor, and it's gonna take the entire night to do.
No, that's weird. It shouldn't take that long.
I know, bro. I don't know what to say.
Did you
The
try YouTube?
35. Not yet. I'll just leave it, bro. I actually need to sleep. I can't even keep my eyes open right now.
All right.
And let me just go wash my face and brush my teeth and see what happens. Bro, why did you change my name to Awake Live?
Because you woke up.
Bro.
Oh, I see how it is.
Bro, you only changed it after I changed yours, bro.
It's okay, man. You know, you can't. Some people do certain things. You can't help it.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What did I do?
Nothing, bro. I'm saying you're a good guy.
I'm saying you're a great guy, you know?
No, you're one of the best.
You're the best of the best.
You're like a gentleman and a scholar.
You're the combination of a gentleman, scholar, and philosopher, bro.
You're like an academic weapon.
You're like an academic nuke, if nukes were real.
No, but don't you bench like over 100?
Bro, don't some people say you're such a legend that they call you Tower 7?
What I fell
They-
under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, and all your shrapnel ended up going to China right after?
And debris.
Yeah, shrapnel and debris. Just trying to say it so that YouTube doesn't clock what we're saying, but you know what I mean? If you're trying to out us like that, but all I'm saying is I'm gonna name my son Mohammed Jarir Shakrani after you because you're such a legend, bro.
Well, I'll hold you to that.
I got you. You know how we say Harris is Zeus's throne? I think he's actually Jarir's throne. That's how much aura you got, bro.
Come on, man.
Next time I see Harrison, I'm gonna say the throne of Jarir instead. The throne of
No,
Zeus.
no. Stick to Zeus. He's Greek.
But what do you mean? I thought all Greeks were the descendant of Jarir, bro.
Mm,
You can't
I
beat
don't
me in
think
a
I want
glaze
that
off.
mantle. Hmm?
I'm the best glazer on campus. Like,
That's true. It's between you and Harrison. Not gonna lie.
how, bro? Harrison
Yours is
doesn't
more
stand a chance
direct.
against my glazing. You know what I mean?
I think he would. It's interesting. You got different methodologies.
How do you mean? I'm the only one. I have the best methodology, bro.
Did you wait? So are you actually gonna sleep, or you like? What do you have left to do?
Bro, I have the GP visit 3 to do and the logbook.
Hmm. Okay.
But I can't do GP visit 3 until my transcript is done transcribing.
Dude, I think you're getting scammed with that transcript.
Bro, it claims it's almost done.
Hmm.
All I'm saying is nothing is a bigger scam
Then
than that bioethics SAQ, bro. I just clocked it in how stupid all that effort was for the bioethics SAQ.
mm-hmm.
Like, I still remember sitting on the train to Wollongong memorizing the answers on the bioethics SAQ.
Uh,
I mean, I memorized it and I put it down legitimately, right? But, bro, it's just,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just upset, you know? Like, why would they do that? Like, I put in so much effort just for them to make it open book. Like,
They made it open book.
oh, no. I'm not saying they made it open book. I'm just saying that they didn't do it properly. Like,
Mm. It's true. It was a, a box to tick checklist
I
item.
agree, man. 100% agree. So annoying. Wait, where did I get these 8 views from?
Wait, in what?
The new video, 5 views. Okay, it's 5 views. Can I see where these videos are from, bro? Like,
What, on your channel or this channel?
oh, my channel.
Oh. Let's see. Wait, did you just upload?
No, I haven't uploaded anything. It's the old video. I'm still working on that other video. I haven't had time to even like touch the editing on it.
Yeah.
I'm only bringing this up because you told me to upload the transcript.
All right.
Okay, no, I'm done. I'm actually done.
You done?
Bro, you know why?
Why?
I tried uploading the file to YouTube, and it's not taking the file format.
That's probably why the other thing's struggling as well. Why don't you convert it
No,
to MP3?
I converted to WAV because apparently WAV, if I convert it to MP3, it'll compress the file too much.
Nah, bro. Wait, where are they posting the photos for the dinner?
I don't even know.
I think the guy said the Instagram will have a Dropbox link. Hassan.
Which Instagram?
Swanda.
The Sonda?
Yeah.
How do you spell Sonda?
SAUNDA.
Sunda?
SA.
Sonda Sydney, right?
Yeah.
Bro, there's no way they're gonna have the photos up this quickly.
Maybe. Wait, do you have the dates for each CCS? Like which one was which?
No.
Mm,
It's in the Discord though.
okay. Does the template have all of them, or do we have to add add rows as well?
I don't know. I haven't even looked at it yet, bro. That's a tomorrow thing.
Okay.
Bro, I told GPT to transcribe the audio. You know what it did?
Now you need to use like one of the wrappers, like those extension things. I forget what they're called.
Explain.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if Plus does it, but like the GPTs, the custom ones. I'm sure there's one
Which
in
one?
there. Let's see. Yeah, there's a few. I don't know. Try them.
Oh, I found it. Turbo transcribe.
There's Turbo. There's I think Whisper. I've heard of. The others I don't know. Otherwise, you can use like one of those meeting minutes ones. Otter is good. I use that. It would like summarize as well if you need.
I remember when all this AI stuff used to be free to use, and now everything's behind a paywall.
Mm,
They put Turbo Scribe behind a paywall, bro.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Most of these, you're gonna have to find one.
Okay, I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Just gonna go wash my face. Okay, yo, when are you coming to like Darlinghurst?
Wednesday. Oh wait, Tuesday I can come. We have class.
Is tomorrow Tuesday?
Tomorrow's Monday.
Oh. Wait, so today is Monday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, easy. Tuesday. Well,
Sounds good.
here we go. 12 more days. I'm a single man again. Freedom. Jareer, I've returned. Are you sleeping right now, bro? Bro, look at my private chat message. Oh damn, there's 3 people watching on YouTube. Bro, this thing only gave me 30 minutes worth of transcript. Alright, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go to bed. Yo, can you hear me? Alright, yeah, guys, I'm tapping out. Like, can't do this right now, bro. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
My bad, Shahab. Volume was 0. I was reflecting. Assalamu alaikum. What's going on? In and out.
Bro, all I'm saying is we all thought I was out, down and out. Nobody believed in me.
I
Nobody.
did. I did.
That's why you're my dog, bro. They all thought I was going to bed. Lo and behold, I catfished everybody. I'm still here finishing GP Report 3.
But I'm gonna write a new reflection. But I'm gonna have. Well, I'm getting an echo.
Oh, it's probably me.
I'm gonna have my first submission here as like a template.
Wait, are you supposed to add that date, name, student ID, title?
Yeah, I think this was the template somewhere.
Oh, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, fuck, I'm gonna have to put it on my template.
All right, let's All right, bro. I'm writing a hook. Does this peak?
Yeah,
Or is it too confused?
I don't know. Thinking. I think it's good.
All right. Let's do.
But what do you mean her and you? Like,
Yeah, that's the bro. I'm getting.
well,
Yeah. So the point of the hook is for you to be like, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? But I don't want it to be like overwhelmingly confusing to the point where the reader's just like, what's going on? Like I have no idea. So I'll
okay,
have it.
by the way, you go.
Okay. So I'll have the title there, and then from that, would you say you're able to connect some ideas?
Firstly, can I ask a question? Why is the word consent and dignity and touch in your title? Like, that's a bit suspect, bro.
It's supposed to be a reflection.
But you're reflecting on consent and dignity and touch. When I read the words consent and touch in the same sentence, you know where my mind goes, bro.
Okay, so it's a working title. I'll fix up the title, but this is the subject matter in terms of clinical nonverbal communication. And obviously, touch is part of that when you're examining.
Like palpation, you're referring to, right?
And that's one aspect.
Bro, you're confusing me with this word consent and dignity and touch. Like, if I read consent and dignity as touch and I'm marking your paper, bro, I'm thinking something's going on. And if I'm a white person and I read Muhammad Jarir Shikrani and his title is Reflecting Consent and Dignity and Touch, you know where I'm going, bro.
Okay, so I will, let's say, in care.
There you go, much better. Bro, I'm giving you valid feedback, Jarir.
I know. I
You
accept it.
Bro, I don't know how you didn't catch that, bro. That's the first thing I read.
Bro, because like the word touch was the core of what I was gonna go into. Then I realized that it has to connect to like some of the CDTs that we did. And so the two that were closest were consent and dignity. So I just put all three words together and I was like, let me start writing.
Bro, you put all three words together, and to me, it's not talking about what you're talking about. To me, it's talking about something else is going on. And I'm not going to be the only person thinking that when I first read that title and I see a brown guy's name.
Bro, I don't know what's wrong with you. How's race got anything to do with it?
Bro, look. Think about it like this, right? Let's say the marker is somebody from a specific country, or they have specific beliefs, right? And they read your name as Muhammad Jarir Shikrani. And then they see the word reflecting on consent and dignity in touch. I'm looking, my mind is going right to the three buzzwords consent, dignity, and touch. Who did you touch? Why is consent being brought up? And When do you get dignity in touching somebody? I'm not okay, Drew. Look, you're laughing about this, but this is exactly what my tutor brought up. She harps about this all the time. Appropriate language, non-threatening language. And if it's my tutor marking, yeah, that's much better. But what I'm saying is, if it's my tutor marking this, that's the first thing she's going to comment on. You think I'm joking? I'm being serious, bro. I'm actually trying to help you out here.
Bro, I know. This is a draft. That's not my final title. But yes, thank you.
All right, easy. But like the other thing is like touch is culture. Okay. All right. But other than that, the hook is good. See, that's the other thing, Drew. You're gonna read touch in the title, and then you're gonna read the question on my mind was, where does her comfort begin? Where does my confidence end? Where does my confidence end? You're just cooking yourself, bro. You're just cooking yourself. This might be one of the funniest things that's happened on this stream. You cooked yourself. Look at the hook. Look at the title, bro. His title is Reflecting Consent and Dignity and Touch.
Maybe this is what happened at 40 a.m.
Sorry?
Wait, mute. I'm saying like maybe this is what happens when you reflect at 3:40 a.m.
Please tell me why you didn't clock that.
Bro, I did. I didn't think it was that bad though. I was like, all right, I'll use this as bait, like 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 clickbait.
What? What are you saying, bro? I'm using it as clickbait, bro. Your title was literally reflecting on consent and dignity in touch. Then your opening sentence, okay? The question on my mind was, where does her comfort begin? And where does my confidence end? Right? Bro. And then you got a brown name like Mohammed Jarir Shikrani.
But watch me get a HD for this.
Bro, first of all, I don't think this is actually getting marked. The second thing is, bro, forget about getting an HD on this. This moment is on the internet forever, what just happened. Your reflection literally started with touching. And then you're talking about where her comfort starts and your confidence ends.
Bro, I don't see. I mean, it's your projection right now. Wherever you're taking it, that's on you, bro. Reality is subjective.
Okay, Jarir. I'm hearing a lot of coping coming from your side. First of all, reality is objective. There's an objective semblance of reality. That's the only reason why science and medicine works, is if reality is objective. Secondly, we can skip past this discussion and talk about, if you're basing it off the subjective reality discussion, and let's say, hypothetically speaking, it's a Caucasian.
Right, no. It's okay. The word touch is gone.
Okay, thank you. I'm just watching out for you, man. Like,
Bro,
you know, I care about
thank you so much. Replacing it with non-verbal communication.
There you go.
That's
more
triple my word count.
Exactly. That's more culturally sensitive, but Look, it's either triple your word count, Drew, or end up behind bars. It's your choice. It's your choice. This is really more like a confession than a reflection.
Fair enough. Good catch.
Hey, look, man. Just like I said, wallahi, I'm just saying this to help you out, bro. I'm not trying to be funny. It's just the circumstance is what's making it funny.
All right, back to, so there is an objective set of rules for reality, okay? But reality itself can still be subjective.
What do you mean reality itself can be subjective?
So, wait, mute. Let's think about this. So if you're playing a chess game, your game is your game. The rules of chess and the pieces of chess, and the other person in the chess game. Okay, the rules and the pieces are objective, and the game you play each time you play is your own game. The other person is playing their game, and it's not the same game as your game. I'm just making this up right now.
How isn't it the same game you're playing when it's the same chess pieces on the same board?
Because they've got a different experience of the game.
So would you disagree that that sounds more like their perception of reality is different, not reality itself?
Their perception, therefore their reality.
How does one's perception change reality when reality is supposed to be beyond a single individual's perspective?
But this is basic quantum mechanics. What do you mean?
Yeah, just like it's basic quantum mechanics. Reading that title and reading that first open click page.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We only got here because you failed to understand quantum mechanics.
How could I fail to understand quantum mechanics when I'm the one that invented dark energy and dark matter and proved that they're both the same thing?
Fair. I keep forgetting you proved that.
Bro, how can you forget that? Like, literally, the theory's name is the Survaglia-Kahn method. Like, it's crazy you don't clock that, bro. Like,
Wait, didn't you say it was on Urban Dictionary? Was it peer reviewed?
uh, yeah.
All right, I got to get past this first line, so let's keep going.
I believe in you, bro. I'm finishing off this GP reflection right now.
High key, I'm thinking of having a different starting sentence now.
Bro, trust me, it's gonna save you a lot of issues if you change that starting sentence. Because if you're thinking I have allegations, well, none of these allegations are these type of allegations. You're getting a new level of allegations getting dropped on you if anybody reads this. Just clarifying, all these allegations on my name are lies. None of them are true and has nothing to do with anything about inappropriately touching women. It's more so some individuals in the court have labeled me a certain word that starts with M, which are all lies, by the way. We can just, where's my phone? You can ask my partner how much of these things are true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just stating that you can slander my reputation as much as you want, but the truth is I will stay steadfast and strong throughout everything and prove you all wrong at the end of the day.
Should I talk about quantum mechanics here?
Yeah. Bro, just remove that line. Like, just gently remove that line. I'm about to
Bro,
bro.
I start with an anecdote. I'll fix it. This will just like become the second or third line. Because look, this is an anecdote. And it goes hard.
No. This is what I'm talking about. Non-verbal communication is not objective. It is not neutral. It's shaped by cultural and individual history.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Most non-verbal cues are shared by most humans.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean all of them are.
Majority are. But
Yeah,
I do
that-
see
yeah,
a point that there's a cultural and individual shaping of it, but not necessarily a non-verbal cue is not objective. It is objective because it's being played out in objective reality as a motion. Anyways, semantics, just keep the line there. I'm just pointing out that this whole understanding of subjective morality and objective relativism is an absolute joke. It's absolute farce. If you're if you're in medicine and you believe in objective relativism or moral relativism, we need to have a discussion. Like, we need to have a civilized discussion. I'm not going to say anything about mental health problems or like things like that because I have mental health problems legitimately. But what I'm saying is that we need to have a discussion one on one.
Yeah, that's fine. But this has nothing to do with morality.
Anything that has to do with the word subjective in terms of something that involves a manifestation into a reality which is objective. Other than
This is
said,
downstream from morality and reality. Communication is a human endeavor, and it's a social endeavor.
humans and social, a human endeavor and a social endeavor are both objective things.
Bro, it's like saying there is an objective human language that is commonly shared and spoken. It doesn't make sense. Not everyone speaks one language because it is emergent socially and historically.
We share a similar language. It's called nonverbal communication.
Okay, so you're saying the middle finger means the same thing in every single culture?
Let me ask you a question.
So no, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Does a thumbs up mean the same thing in every single culture?
Let me ask you a question. When a baby cries, What is the reaction of every single mother?
One example.
To help the baby. Okay. The other thing is, when somebody purses their lips like this, in almost every single culture, it means the exact same thing.
What does it mean?
Pursing their lips means uncertainty or negativity in the situation.
Wait, hold up. Demonstrate.
There you go.
Oh no, qualities. It's too dark.
Yeah, you darken it. Like this.
Bro, I don't know where this started.
It's
But
nonverbal.
some facial reactions, sure. They can be common, objective. That's fine. But you're saying all of communication, all of nonverbal.
No. I'm not. See, this is strong-ending my point. I'm not saying all of it is. I'm saying that there is an objective angle to nonverbal communication. There is a subjective involvement because some people have personal tics that are specific to them. I'm just stating that you can't blanket label something as subjective when it's a mix of both objective and subjective, is what I'm saying. You're strawmanning my point, bro.
Bro, you can't have a mix. It's binary. It's either objective or it's not.
See, this is where we disagree because if you go to AI overview, it says that nonverbal communication is both subjective and objective.
Share your screen.
One sec.
Bro, you put in bias.
No. I did it for. Okay, this. Do you see that, bro?
I can't see it. Okay. Objective. Yeah. So the communication, which is what is in communication. You have a speaker, a receiver, or the communication to happen completely. That becomes subjective because there's two people.
No. I disagree.
So even what you said, the data is objective. All data is objective in the sense that it's either 1, 0, 0, whatever. That doesn't mean of the meaning you ascribe to it is objective as well.
See, what I'm talking about is the data itself being objective. Okay, that we can agree on that. We also agree on the fact that somebody's perception or interpretation of the data may be different.
100%. The data. So the data is reality, and we already agree that reality is objective. This is downstream. So at some point, or you're already saying that when someone interprets something differently, that then it's become like it doesn't matter that the thing itself exists. That's where it becomes subjective. Like you seeing, if you're colorblind, your experience of a purple ball, if it's like blue, then your subjective experience of that ball is that it is blue. The ball can still be purple.
When did I say I disagreed with that? I agree with this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We both agree, but you're saying that communication is objective. Words can be objective. Like I used this set of words in this sentence. Like objectively, yes. But the communication then includes me and you understanding each word with its connotations, with the tonality, with the implicit meaning, with our background, is going to be very different potentially to how I understand that same sentence.
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm stating is the following, that there's certain body language triggers that mean the same thing under that culture circumstance in that moment of time for that psychology of the people. That is objectively, that body language is considered the objective truth between everybody in that area. For example, one difference you could see is the eye contact. Like Asian people do less eye contact in business dealings than Caucasians do. But in a Western society, eye contact is seen as important. So if somebody in the West breaks eye contact, then that's viewed as negative. But in Eastern society, it's viewed as positive. However, that is objectively true. You could see it as objective under that cultural understanding. And also, obviously, there is an individual aspect to it where people have specific body language tics. And if you, over time, recognize the pattern, that becomes the objective truth of it. All I'm saying is that we're saying the same thing, okay? We've wasted like 10 minutes talking about this.
It's good banter. Basically, we're having a semantic issue here because you're like, even when you just said in that area, that by default, that makes it subjective. You've just made the same argument. Like, yeah, we're just going to go in circles. It's fun. But basically, go on.
Because the culture itself is an objective manifestation of the people and their psychology and how they interact in a social aspect.
Sure.
Look, all I'm going to say is my position is this. You cannot be a moral relativist or believe in subjective morality.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
We're
we're
100% agree.
I'm just moving on that preface, right? You can't believe that in our civilization, Drew. And I'm quoting. I'm saying this in our civilization. Like when I mean our civilization, Drew, I'm talking about yours and my civilization, which is not the same civilization as the other people's civilizations, because they're free to believe whatever they want. Because I'm just saying like if anybody misconstrues what I'm saying, you just have to make sure that the entire thing is prefaced with the civilization thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not using the word touch. That's what we got out of this, right?
Yes, that is the main thing we're talking about. Do not use the word touch, because if you use the word touch and then you read your name, and then you see that first line about her comfort and your confidence, I will, I'll be seeing you behind bars and I'll be posting your bail. Like that's what's gonna happen.
Much appreciated.
Hey, look, man, if you go down, I'll go down with you.
All right, I'm gonna turn the actual event into the how does this go? I've changed the first sentence. It's safe now.
It's safe now, right? Jareer, where is our campus located?
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm saying.
I'm so safe.
I'm so safe now. No, you're not. Jareer, okay, bro. I've gone to the point I can't even type properly anymore. I'm tapping out. Like, I tried typing the word appetite and I accidentally spelled it EPPETTE.
It's fine, bro.
It's fine,
It's
bro.
almost
It's almost like
I'm gonna let's see how long
Let's see how long we have.
35 minutes. Some tahajjud.
Easy, bro. I'm passing out. Like, I can't do this, bro. I'm sorry for failing you, bro.
Bro. You did better
You
than
did
I
better than I expected. All I'm saying is I'd like to formally apologize for Muhammad Jareer Shikrani, for tapping out on him. Hey guys, what can I do? You know, like, unlike him, I didn't wake up at like 10 p.m. Yeah, I didn't wake up at 10 p.m. And so I don't have as much energy as he did. I've been up since like 11 a.m. yesterday, and Jareer's been asleep until like 10 p.m. And then
Bro, I've
he
been up
woke
since
up.
6 a.m.
Yeah, he's been awake since he went to sleep at 6 a.m. and he woke up at 10 p.m. But yeah, the point being the same, you know, like I just want to formally apologize to Drew and everybody on the stream I'm letting down, like going to sleep right now. Like I tried my best.
Yeah, you did
But
well.
yeah, you did well. I know Drew didn't believe in me when I left the call, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not letting him down right now. I'm coming through. I just need to shift to sleeping in the bed, you know, because my man has stuff to do in the morning tomorrow. But all I'm saying though is you just gotta believe. You
should
just
cover
gotta.
your mouth.
I was going to cover my mouth, but my hands were too busy tapping the bed. But yeah, everybody thought I was out. I was down. But I got back up and I proved to the world what I'm made of. Be like me, guys, and Dreer, and make sure you hustle hard. But just make sure, unlike Dreer, you don't wake up at 10 p.m.
Sleep well.
Sleep well. Thanks, bro. You too.
I mean the.
Sorry.
You too, man.
You too, man. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about, bro?
I was telling people
advice. Oh yeah, sleep well, everybody. You know, I just wanted to let you know, Dreer, that as a brother, I love you, And I'm really sorry that I couldn't make it through the entire stream with you. And
It's okay. It's okay.
don't worry, I got you next time. I'm gonna tap out 2 hours after I tapped out today, so I'll be tapping out at 6 a.m. next time. But
Bro,
anyways,
no,
like I'm
just
saying,
when just wake up.
bro, I'll join when I wake up and I'll vlog it and stuff. Like, don't even worry.
Easy.
Easy. I'm gonna take a rest.
Wait, when am I seeing it? For 8 hours.
No, I have to do something at 9 a.m. So I need at least that 5 hours sleep, bro.
Beautiful. Vlog that. I'll probably be on till no idea. All right. Take care.
Alright, so I'm gonna do that.
Good set.
darkness, by the night that grows still, upon the gardens of Gethsemane, we have abandoned you, O children of Philistine. As the bombs fall, as the houses crumble, we have forsaken you, O children of Philistine. As your voices are drowned amongst the rubble, as no water is left amongst the cobble, our leaders have forgotten you, O children of Philistine. After drones have amputated you, you lie alone in a hospital bed and hear the news of your brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers dying martyrs. What do? We sit at home and watch your bright futures being stripped away from you, O children of Philistine. Yet we see your radiant smile amongst the atrocities and the guile. We know your Lord is well pleased with you, O resilient children of Philistine.
يعني مش فارقة معك أهم حاجة الحمد لله.
Despite a life so bleak, despite the frailty and feelings of defeat, you sparkle like the moon in the sanctified Jerusalem streets, O saintly children of Philistine, as you struggle for your existence, while we fight to find meaning in our hollow resistance. You remain the Yusr in our Usr, O faithful children of Philistine. Despite the hardship you endure, ease awaits you, blessed and pure, O patient children of Philistine. Despite the loss of those you love, despite the horrors that rain from above, you have not abandoned your Lord, nor has he abandoned you, O beloved children of Philistine. Torn from your homes, you still utter his name and remain grateful. Alhamdulillah echoes amongst the lost and the faithful. Verily Allah is with the patient and the thankful.
والله فضل وألف نعمة الحمد لله.
إيش اللي صار؟
كل المال معوض إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. إيش اللي صار؟
كله بيحكي عن كمية الدمار اللي احنا فيه.
الشغل بالله.
الحمد لله. نصيبنا
قرب.
وهذا اللي فلتت.
هاي اللي فلتت؟
هاي اللي فلتت.
أكم من وحدة كانوا هم؟
واحدة. هي الشباب. هاي الحمد لله بشغلك يعني.
O blessed children of Philistine, ash and blood filled the Al-Aqsa sky, with no food nor supply. Yet amongst the tragedy, desecration, and loss, you feel the presence of the Most High, who beckons and calls the children to the gardens and falls, where you await the Father of them all. And thus, do not lose hope nor grieve, even if you are forced to leave. No matter how far, your Lord will be with you wheresoever you are, O martyred children of Ibrahim. They witness your devastation with open eyes, yet amongst the UN halls spread corruption and lies. They say we are the peacemakers and you are the deal breakers.
وإذا قيل لهم لا تفسدوا في الأرض قالوا إنما نحن مصلحون.
So it seems, for only you, freedom of speech never applies. Instead, falsehoods are spread by those in the media machine who demonize the radiant children of Philistine. Know that despite the loss we may experience, for speaking out on your perseverance, we will continue to care, we will continue to dare, for our Lord does not burden a soul with more than it can bear. O hopeful children of Philistine, as our leaders watch, complicit with all the lives that have been lost, they forget the words of the Lord will be heard loud and clear when the trumpet is blown and those shake naked in fear.
Where are those kings? Where are those kings who thought they were kings? Where are the sons of those kings? Where are the tyrants? Where are their children? Allah will call. Where are they? And then he will ask, to who is the kingdom today? Who?
And they may have been content yesterday, but now but you and your sins are up for display. Truly, whose will be the dominion on that day? O beautiful children of Philistine, remember when you are alone in the rubble of Dash, under the building that has collapsed, and no one can hear your screams, flooded in your moments of despair. Know your Lord is truly just and fair, for he fills your ears with beautiful words, when he whispers to you the following verse. We shall surely try you with something of fear, loss, hunger, and destitution. But give glad tidings unto the steadfast, who say when a blow befalleth them, verily we are for Allah, and verily unto him forever we shall return. By the leader of your God, the feet, used the village or adorned by the hell
كان
and blood filled the amongst the troops high. We await thee with you, wheresoever is your devastation and life.
إذا قيل لهم لا تفسدوا
Hi everybody, Dr. Mike here. In this video, we're going to take a look at an overview of metabolism. And I think the best way to do this is to address the key points and terms that you'll be assessed on in a metabolism and biochemistry exam. And these terms have popped up in the box here. So we're going to cover in around about 10 to 15 minutes these points, which often take 2 or more hours in a lecture. So we're going to look at glycolysis, glycogenesis, glycogenolysis, gluconeogenesis. Those words are starting to sound the same now. Krebs cycle, electron transport chain, lipogenesis, lipolysis, ketogenesis, and ketolysis. Let's start. Where do we begin? We begin with a delicious cheeseburger. You take that bite and you ingest it. We know that cheeseburgers are going to contain all those important macronutrients. Those macronutrients include carbohydrates, so carbs. They include proteins. And they include triglycerides. So let's write that down. Triglycerides. So the fats. So we've got our carbs, our proteins, and our fats that we've now introduced into our gastrointestinal tract. Importantly, you should be aware that carbohydrates are simply made up of carbons, hydrogens, and oxygens. Proteins are made up of carbons, hydrogens, oxygens, and nitrogen. And triglycerides are made up of carbons, hydrogens, and oxygens, much like the carbohydrates. So your question may be, well, what's the difference? Well, for carbs, the amount of carbons and oxygens are in pretty much an equivalent ratio. But for triglycerides, the carbons and the hydrogens far exceed the amount of oxygens. And it's actually this reduced number of oxygen is the reason why triglycerides don't like water. All right, you've ingested it into the gastrointestinal tract. In your mouth, the saliva contains an enzyme called amylase that breaks down the carbs into your micronutrient version of this macronutrient, which we're going to focus on here, which is going to be glucose. And let's write that glucose as G. The proteins, once that hits the stomach, you've got hydrochloric acid that unfolds these proteins, but you've also got pepsin, which is a protease, molecular scissors, that starts to chop it up. So we digest those proteins into amino acids. Amino acids. And we'll write that as AA. And then, once we hit the small intestines, the very first part called the duodenum, with the help of bile to break it down a little bit, and lipases, the enzyme that breaks down fats, we now release, or produce, I should say, glycerol and fatty acids. So both glycerol and fatty acids together make up triglycerides. Now what's happening? This is in the gastrointestinal tract still. Once it reaches the intestines, the glucose will get absorbed into the bloodstream, specifically the portal system that goes to the liver. The proteins, or I should say the amino acids now that have been digested, they get absorbed at the small intestines, also into the bloodstream, specifically that portal system as well, going to the liver. But the triglycerides being broken down into glycerol and fatty acids, they actually get absorbed not into that bloodstream, they get absorbed into the lymphatic system. And that lymphatic system will distribute the glycerol and fatty acids to different tissues of the body, but also it ultimately ends up in the liver as well. So that's why I've drawn up this monster liver here, because at the end of the day, all these micronutrients are making it to the liver. What happens metabolically to them? Let's first start with glucose. When glucose enters the liver, it can undergo a couple of different things. One, we can store that glucose, and we store that glucose in the form of glycogen. So you can store the glucose as glycogen. Now that's important because, now, glucose, glycogen, glucagon, glycerol, all these words sort of sound the same. Remember this, if it ends in O-G-E-N, it means it's stored and it's inactive. So glycogen is the stored and active form of glucose. And this process of storing glycogen from glucose is called glycogenesis. 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 Let's have a look here, right? Glycogenesis. That genesis means the beginning of. Glycogen, genesis, it's the beginning of glycogen. So we're storing that. We can also take that glycogen and split it apart to release glucose if we like to. And this process of taking the glycogen, splitting it apart back into glucose, is called glycogenolysis. The term or suffix lysis means to split apart. So that's called glycogenolysis, splitting it apart. So now we've got free glucose. Now this free glucose, if we want to utilize it to make energy in the form of ATP, this is what it does. The glucose will turn into something called pyruvate. And the process in which glucose turns into pyruvate is called glycolysis. So we've already covered a couple of things here. We've covered glycogenesis, we've covered glycogenolysis, and we've covered glycolysis, the first three. Pyruvate, what does pyruvate do? Pyruvate will enter the mitochondria. And in the mitochondria, it will turn into something called acetyl-CoA. Let's draw the mitochondria up. We know it's this double membraned structure that's super important for us. So let's draw that up. There's one membrane, and now let's do the other membrane. There we go, an outer membrane and an inner membrane. Now, once acetyl-CoA is in that mitochondria, with the help of its best friend, oxaloacetate, it undergoes this cycle where it produces a whole bunch of substrates, and this is called the Krebs cycle. Now, it's got many names. It's not just called the Krebs cycle. It's also called the tricarboxylic acid cycle and the citric acid cycle. But let's just write Krebs cycle here. We've skipped gluconeogenesis. We'll get there, I promise. What's the whole point of this Krebs cycle? Why are we taking glucose through glycolysis, through Krebs cycle? Ultimately, because we want to produce two important things. We want to produce NADH and we want to produce FADH2. What do these two things do? Well, in this mitochondrial inner membrane, you're going to have a couple of important proteins and channels. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to draw a last one like this. This is called the electron transport chain. And the reason why is because the Krebs cycle, and even glycolysis to a degree, right? Even glycolysis will produce NADH. What these things do is they hold on to hydrogen ions and they hold on to electrons. That's important. And when they hold on to these things, once they're produced, they will release those electrons. They will release the hydrogen ions. And what happens is the electrons will get thrown through this chain from one to the next, like a little game of hot potato with these electrons. Hence why it's called the electron transport chain. Cha-ching, right there. It's passing it. I'll stand over here. It's passing it from one side to the next. And in doing so, it produces the capacity of some of these proteins to take hydrogen and throw them across the membrane into the intermembrane space. Take some of that hydrogen, throw it into this space. Now what's going to happen? We're going to accumulate hydrogen in this space, and the hydrogen diminishes here. So there's a concentration difference. A lot of hydrogen here, not much hydrogen here. So this hydrogen wants to go down its concentration gradient, and it does so here through this thing called an ATP synthase. So piggybacking on the energy of the hydrogen ion diffusion, this thing produces ATP. It produces huge amounts of ATP. So at the end of the day, the whole point of us having this glucose is to undergo this process to produce all of this ATP. Brilliant. But something I didn't mention is that in order for this to happen, we need oxygen. Oxygen needs to be utilized in this process. If we don't have oxygen, we can't produce ATP through this electron transport chain. It's called oxidative phosphorylation. So sometimes you'll do really vigorous, intense exercise really quickly, like a 100-meter sprint, or jump into the gym and lift some weights really hard and really fast. And you want to create more ATP than oxygen available. So think about it. You go through this process, goes like this, you got this, but we need oxygen. We don't have enough. You can't breathe enough of that oxygen in. Enough oxygen can't be delivered to the mitochondria fast enough. So it goes, backs up to this pyruvate. And so the pyruvate goes, it's all right, I'll figure this out. Now we used to think that the pyruvate turned into lactic acid. Lactic acid. And because the definition of an acid is something that releases hydrogen ions, right, and then produces its relevant base, which is lactate, we used to think that this is the process, and it's those hydrogen ions that give us that burning sensation when you do that type of exercise. But now what we're thinking is this isn't the case. We don't really think that there's that lactic acid that's being produced. We think that it's actually lactate that's directly being produced. And we're not releasing hydrogen ions. The lactate can actually absorb those hydrogen ions and buffer them out. So lactate may actually be the friend in this process. Amazingly, once we've got enough oxygen back into the system, the lactate can reversibly turn into pyruvate. Wonderful. All right. Now, the whole purpose of doing this is it actually, so when I say we produce NADH, for example, we actually produce it from something called NAD+. NAD+ goes to NADH. What this process does of going from pyruvate to lactate is it actually produces some NADH, NAD+ for us, which is good because we can use that here in the process of glycolysis, for example. And then going backwards, it produces NADH, which can be utilized to produce energy here in the electron transport chain. All right, now we've spoken about this process, but we haven't even touched upon amino acids, glycerol, and fatty acids. Where do they fit in? Well, it's a beautiful process. When we bring these amino acids in, and you know there's heaps of different types of amino acids, right? I said that for glucose, if we don't want to produce energy, we store it as glycogen. What about amino acids? Well, we don't really store excess amino acids. We deaminate it and we pee it out as urea, right? We deaminate it into ammonia, pee it out as urea. Some amino acids will be synthesized into proteins, but other amino acids will actually jump into, depending on, remember there's like 20 different types of amino acids. Some will jump into glycolysis, some will jump into the Krebs cycle. Awesome. Glycerol and fatty acids. The glycerol that comes in, what does that do? Well, it can jump into glycolysis. That's pretty cool. And the fatty acids that come in, they can jump into the Krebs cycle. So the triglycerides, glycerol fatty acids, can feed into glycolysis, feed into the Krebs cycle, and help produce ATP. The amino acids can do the same, help produce ATP. Why would we need to use these when we've got glucose? Well, we use these when, predominantly, we don't have any glucose that's available. We've used all our glucose stores or are intentionally not using glucose. Think about this. When we don't have glucose, glycolysis isn't happening, there's not enough pyruvate, there's not enough acetyl-CoA, oxaloacetate goes, well, I've got nothing to bind with. I can actually jump out and start to produce more pyruvate here. I can try and produce some glucose through this process, right? So that means oxaloacetate, it diminishes. But if you're doing that, you're producing acetyl-CoA and now you don't have oxaloacetate to bind to. So acetyl-CoA levels start to go up when you don't have any glucose. And what does that mean? Well, if you've got accumulating, I'm sorry for all these arrows, if you accumulate all this acetyl-CoA, they actually snap together like Lego blocks and they produce something called ketones. What do ketones do? Ketones can jump out of the liver, into the bloodstream, go to the brain, and what's it going to do in the brain? It turns back into acetyl-CoA. And when it turns back into acetyl-CoA, it can undergo this process. This process of turning acetyl-CoA into ketones in the absence of glucose, right? Because again, what happened? No glucose, no pyruvate, no acetyl-CoA, oxaloacetate goes, well, let's try and make some glucose. glucose from me jumps out, but then the acetyl-CoA that's produced doesn't have its friend to bind with, so accumulates, snaps together, forms ketones like beta-hydroxybutyrate, and this process is known as ketogenesis. That's one of the words in the box, right? Ketogenesis, where's that? Down here, ketogenesis. Now, once the ketones get out of the liver, cross the blood-brain barrier, go to the brain and turn into acetyl-CoA, this is called ketolysis, these arrows. If you accumulate all this acetyl-CoA, they actually snap together like Lego blocks and they produce something called ketones. What do ketones do? Ketones can jump out of the liver, into the bloodstream, go to the brain, and what's it going to do in the brain? It turns back into acetyl-CoA. And when it turns back into acetyl-CoA, it can undergo this process. This process of turning acetyl-CoA into ketones in the absence of glucose, right? Because again, what happened? No glucose, no pyruvate, no acetyl-CoA, oxaloacetate goes, well, let's try and make some glucose from me, jumps out. But then the acetyl-CoA that's produced doesn't have its friend to bind with, so accumulates, snaps together, forms ketones like beta-hydroxybutyrate, and this process is known as ketogenesis. That's one of the words in the box, right? Ketogenesis, where's that? Down here, ketogenesis. Now, once the ketones get out of the liver, cross the blood-brain barrier, go to the brain and turn into acetyl-CoA, this is called ketolysis. We're now splitting apart the ketones into acetyl-CoA. Ketolysis. Oxaloacetate isn't the only thing that tries to replenish this lost glucose. Have a look. Amino acids are trying to replenish this lost glucose. jumping into various aspects of glycolysis and Krebs cycle. Glycerol is trying to do the same as well, and fatty acids are jumping into the Krebs cycle here at the level of acetyl-CoA. This process of taking amino acids, glycerol, and to some degree fatty acids, these are non-carbohydrate based sources, but we're trying to produce glucose here, or at least glucose substrates. This is called gluconeogenesis. So this process here and here, predominantly, and a little bit here, but also through ketones, this is called gluconeogenesis. Now, gluco means glucose, neo means new, genesis means the beginning of. Read it backwards. The beginning of new glucose. Gluconeogenesis is the beginning of new glucose from non-carbohydrate-based sources like amino acids and fats. Brilliant. Now, the last thing we haven't spoken about is lipogenesis and lipolysis. Very simple. I said what happens when you have excess glucose stored as glycogen. Excess amino acids peed out as urea or can feed into this system. Glycerol and fatty acids, what happens when you have too much of that? Well, they can bind back together again, right? They can come back together to form the triglycerides. And we can store those triglycerides in the liver. This is known as lipogenesis, which makes sense, right? I've defined genesis now. Lipogenesis is the formation of lipo, right? Lipo. What's that? Lipids, right? Triglycerides, lipogenesis. And then splitting it apart and going in the opposite direction here, going in that opposite direction, that's going to be lipolysis, breaking apart. So let's write lipolysis as well. And so what we've done here is helpfully, we've gone through all these important points that you get assessed on in biochemistry and metabolism exams and assignments, for example. And we've run through an overview of metabolism. I hope that helps.
Hi everyone, Dr. Mike here. If you enjoyed this video and want to watch more, please hit the like and subscribe button.
Hi everybody, Dr. Mike here. It's time to talk metabolism. So you know the three major macronutrients, proteins, fats, carbohydrates. What happens when you ingest them? Let's have a look. So You take in a burger, you take a bite, you chew it up, you break it.
I got something coming up. Something kind of big.
A big issue that I always have when doing assignments like discussion posts or essays or even video scripts is just
Hi everyone, Dr. Mike here. In this video, we're taking a look at the difference between fed state and fasting state metabolism. Let's take a look. So to begin, we need to understand what's happening in the fed state. This is immediately after ingesting a meal. One important thing that you're going to find in this state is that in your bloodstream, so we're going to focus predominantly on glucose because it's the primary energy source for a number of important tissues, such as neurons or the brain, such as the retina and the lens, so the eye, also the renal medulla and also red blood cells as well. Glucose is very important. So immediately after a meal, what you're going to find in your bloodstream is your glucose levels are high. That's unsurprising. Now, when I say high, we need a reference point, right? So what is the normal blood glucose range? Normal blood glucose range typically sits between 4 to 6 millimoles per liter. Now, does that really help anyone? At least not within medicine. It's pretty tricky to understand the context of that. All right, let's try and put it into context. 4 to 6 millimoles per liter, let's just take the middle of that, 5 millimoles per liter. That is pretty much equivalent to 0.22 teaspoons of glucose per liter of blood. We've got around about 5 liters of blood. So in all of our blood, we've got around about 1 heaped teaspoon of glucose. So hopefully that puts it into context. That's the amount of normal circulating glucose in our entire bloodstream is 1 heaped teaspoon. Now, we've just had a meal, our blood glucose levels go up. So it's going above this 1 teaspoon. It can go to more than 2 teaspoons worth, right? So it could go to 10 millimoles per liter. But that's going too high. We want to drop it back down because we want to maintain homeostasis. Luckily for us, when blood glucose levels are up, it goes to the pancreas, because blood goes everywhere, right? It goes to the pancreas and stimulates the release of a hormone called insulin from a specific area called the pancreatic islet cells, specifically the beta cells there. So that releases insulin. Now, what insulin does in this case is it allows for glucose to leave the bloodstream and enter tissues, specifically or predominantly 2 major tissue types, muscle tissue and adipose or fat tissue. Tissues like the brain and the liver, for example, don't need insulin. They'll simply suck the glucose in from the bloodstream when the concentration is higher in the blood than in the tissue. But because they're not large organs, they can't really drop the blood glucose levels enough. But we need big tissues like muscle and fat, right? That makes up most of our body weight, but they're insulin dependent. And so what they'll do, what this insulin does, is it'll go to the cells and it tells the cell membrane to express a glucose transporter. So here's a glucose transporter termed GLUT, G-L-U-T, and there's different types of GLUT, GLUT 1, 2, 3, 4, so forth. And this then allows for the glucose that's in the bloodstream now to enter those tissues like the muscle and the fat. What happens to this glucose? Well, I want to focus on what happens in a liver cell because the liver is really important at mobilizing all of these nutrients, storing and mobilizing. So let's now call this a liver cell, a hepatocyte. The glucose has entered, and what will happen is glucose undergoes something called glycolysis. Glycolysis is moving from glucose to glucose 6-phosphate, fructose 6-phosphate, fructose 1,6-bisphosphate, splits in half. Remember, glucose is a 6-carbon molecule, C6H12. H12O6, 6 carbons. And in the process of glycolysis, it rearranges those carbons to make it easier to hand off electrons and protons. I'll talk about that in a second. So as we go through glycolysis, it's 6 carbon to here, then it splits into 2 3-carbon molecules. Now, you'll notice that I'm not spending a lot of time on glycolysis because I've done a video on that. If you want all the information required about glycolysis, watch the glycolysis video by Dr. Mike. And it's 2 3-carbon molecules here. Now, the dihydroxyacetone phosphate, which is sometimes written as DHAP in your textbooks, that will turn into glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate, which means we end up having 2 3-carbon molecules here. So we end up having 2 glyceraldehyde 3-phosphates, which means we have 2 1,3-bisphosphoglycerate, 2 3-phosphoglycerate, 2 2-phosphoglycerate, and then that turns into phosphenylpyruvate and then pyruvate. That's glycolysis. But what's the point of doing this? I said, well, one, it's to remove electrons and protons. True. The other is this. When glucose enters and turns into glucose 6-phosphate, we actually use energy to do this. We take ATP and it turns into ADP. We use energy. Then at this step, we do the same thing. We take ATP and we spit out ADP. So we use energy. Is this what we want in this process? Remember, we're in a fed state. We've got all of this glucose. Then we go down to here, down to here, down to here, and we take ADP and we generate energy. We generate ATP. But remember, we've got 2 molecules here, so we end up taking 2 ADP and generating 2 ATP. We've used 2 ATP here, we've generated 2 ATP here, so we've wiped the slate clean. Then as we go from phosphenylpyruvate to pyruvate, we generate 2 more because there's 2 phosphenylpyruvate, there's 2 pyruvate, so we generate 2 ATP. We take 2 ADP and we generate 2 ATP. Let's just think about this. Let's do the maths. If we have a look at glycolysis and we look at the net energy production and loss, -1, -2, +1, +2, so we've wiped the slate clean, +2. So we've generated +2 ATP in the process of glycolysis. So glycolysis allows for us to generate ATP directly. But in addition to that, it also takes a molecule called NAD+, because there's 2 here, it takes 2 of them, and it generates 2 NADH plus a free-floating hydrogen ion. What the hell does this mean? This is the molecule, NAD+ is the molecule that steals electrons and protons. I'll tell you why in a second. The details of that are in the glycolysis video. So we've also generated 2 NADH. So you can say that the whole reason for bringing glucose into a cell is it generates energy. I'll explain that in one sec. As we go in now to the Krebs cycle, and pyruvate goes to acetyl-CoA, and to citrate, alpha-ketoglutarate, succinate, fumarate, malate, oxaloacetate, what you'll find is this. Firstly, when pyruvate turns to acetyl-CoA, acetyl-CoA must bind with oxaloacetate to form citrate. When citrate turns into alpha-ketoglutarate, it takes NAD+ and spits out NADH plus free hydrogen ions. Alpha-ketoglutarate to succinate will do the same thing. Plus, it generates ATP. Cool. Then we go from succinate to fumarate. That takes FAD, which is very similar to NAD, and produces FADH. And then when we go from malate to oxaloacetate, it generates more. NAD plus 2 NAD H plus free hydrogen ions. So what we get here for Krebs cycle, when it comes to looking at the net energy, we've got 1, 2, 3 NADH. We've got 1 ATP, and we've got 1 FADH2. So the Krebs cycle is energy generating. Now let's talk about, we've generated all this NADH, FADH2. This is where the electron transport chain comes into play. What happens here is that let's draw it in a different color. Let's draw it in blue. The NADH and the FADH2 have stolen hydrogen, right? Remember, here's NAD+. It's turned into NADH, so it's stolen hydrogen. Remember, hydrogen on the periodic table is the first element. When it's as a complete atom, it has a positive proton and a negative electron flying around it. The negative electron cancels the positive proton out, so generally a hydrogen atom is just H. But it's got 1 proton, 1 electron. Here, NAD+ has stolen a hydrogen. FAD has stolen 2 hydrogens, because that's supposed to be FADH2 down here. My apologies. It's stolen 2 hydrogen, which means it's stolen both the proton, which is just hydrogen without the electron, and the electron. So here what it does is it releases the electrons and it releases the protons, the hydrogen without the electron. Now, what this means is these proteins of the electron transport chain embedded in the inner membrane, they take the electrons and play hot potato. As you pass electron from protein to protein, it excites these proteins. It excites them and allows for them to take the hydrogen and pump the hydrogen up into this intermembrane space. So now we've got a hydrogen ion concentration that's high in this intermembrane space. As we know, because of diffusion, these hydrogen want to go down their concentration gradient. They move through this amazing thing called an ATP synthase, which turns this turbine, spin, 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 and that generates a huge amount of ATP. So effectively, the argument you can make, and that I'm making right now, is that NADH and FADH2 make energy. So we can use them as proxies for energy. So at the end of the day, my point here is that in the fed state, what happens is glycolysis and the Krebs cycle make a bunch of energy. It's energy generating. That makes sense. We've just fed, we make energy. But sometimes we don't want to eat and then just use all of those nutrients for energy production, right? We want to use some of those nutrients. So at some point, the energy that we produce here, the high levels of ATP and the high levels of NADH, for example, will say, hey, we've got enough. We've got enough. So it backs up. So if these NADH levels are too high, think about it, it's going to not want to go from NAD plus to NADH because they're already high. It's as high. If the ATP levels are too high, it doesn't want to go from ADP to ATP. Right? So it backs up, 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 backs up. And it says, hey, glucose, don't make any more ATP. It tells the glucose to turn into glucose 6-phosphate, which then turns into glucose 1-phosphate. And glucose 1-phosphate can be stored as glycogen. Now, glycogen are basically glucose molecules snapped together, right? So that's a storage form. So we either, in the fed state, use glucose to make ATP, or we store it as glycogen. A lot of this glycogen is stored in the liver, in the muscle, and in the kidney. We store, or at least can store, around about 190 grams of glycogen. And we only need around about 160 grams of glycogen for energy in a day. So we've got around about 30 hours of glycogen available to us. Now, that's not if you're undergoing exercise or intense manual labor. That's just for survival, right? We've got enough glycogen to last us for 30 hours. Less if you're doing a lot of exercise. So that's the fed state. It's mediated by high glucose and high insulin levels. And the outcome of that was high ATP, high NADH, and obviously high FADH2, but also high levels of substrates like acetyl-CoA and citrate. Let's just write citrate. The reason why I'm writing that is because all of these are strong negative regulators, because once they go up, it says we've got enough. So they're strong negative regulators of the Krebs cycle and glycolysis. So that's the fed state. What's now happening when we've fed, but we've stopped eating? It's been 3 to 4 hours post-eating, postprandial. What happens? Well, let's have a think. Our blood glucose levels are going to drop. So let's have a look now. This was in the fed state. Let's now have a look in the fasting state. Again, fasting state is any time after 3 to 4 hours after eating. Our blood glucose levels go down. Cool. Goes down, makes sense. Goes below 4 millimoles per litre. We want to bring it back up. So the fasting state is recognized by having dropping blood glucose levels. When blood glucose levels drop, it doesn't stimulate insulin to be released. It stimulates another hormone that's released from the pancreas called glucagon. And you can remember this because when glucose is low, glucose is gone. Glucagon. Glucagon is released when glucose is gone, or at least glucose is low. It's also going to have low insulin, right? This is important because here, when insulin levels were high, not only did it allow glucose to enter the cell, the insulin allowed for the enzymes of glycolysis to be kicked into action and allowed for the enzymes of the Krebs cycle to be kicked into action. Here, when glucagon levels are high, it inhibits the enzymes at these steps. It inhibits glycolysis. It inhibits the enzymes of the Krebs cycle and inhibits the Krebs cycle. We don't want these two things to be happening in a fasting state. Why? Because we don't have enough glucose to do it. All right, so what do we want to do then in this fasting state? We want to increase our glucose levels. But if we don't have any, what can we do? Well, the very first thing we do is break that glycogen down. Now, glucagon is a stimulator of this process. Now, a great thing for us is that going from glycogen to glucose 1-phosphate, that's a reversible step. So the enzyme used here can be used to go backwards. Cool. From glucose 1-phosphate to glucose, that's a reversible step. So that can go backwards. But the problem is going from glucose 6-phosphate to glucose, in order for that glucose to be able to, in this case, leave the bloodstream to increase it, it can't. That's irreversible. But here's the great thing. Glucagon, when it goes up, stimulates the transcription and translation of enzymes here that allow for this reverse to happen. So glucagon allows for an enzyme here to be produced, and this enzyme is called glucose 6-phosphatase. Glucose 6-phosphatase, and I'll write it like that, just because it's a big term. That is mediated by high levels of glucagon. So that means now we can take glycogen, make glucose, throw it into the bloodstream. That's exactly what we do 3 to 4 hours after eating. We start to break it down slowly. But the thing is, it doesn't just use glycogen. Simultaneously, it will use that predominantly in the front end. So between 3 to 8 hours, it's predominantly of fasting. It's predominantly using glycogen. But it's also starting to utilize non-carbohydrate-based sources to produce glucose, to try and increase that blood glucose level. Non-carbohydrate. That means it's using sources of energy that don't fit into this pathway. They have to be fed into that pathway. So one, for example, that we need to talk about is lactate. This is probably the most utilized non-carbohydrate-based source for energy in a process called gluconeogenesis. If you think about the term gluconeogenesis, gluco means glucose, neo means new, genesis means the beginning of. Think about that backwards, the beginning of new glucose. That's what we're trying to make here from non-carbohydrate based sources. First one I want to talk about is lactate. Now, what is lactate? Where does it come from? Sometimes people term it lactic acid, which I think is a misnomer. Lactate is more accurate. Lactate can come from muscle. So remember, muscle needs glucose, uses glucose for energy, and to undergo this whole process. But one thing I didn't tell you here was that we might use all these electrons and protons to generate ATP, but then what happens to all the electrons and protons that are left over? Electrons are damaging to the body, right? Protons make the area or the environment acidic. We've got to get rid of this stuff. What do? We have oxygen. The great thing is we can take oxygen, and oxygen will bind to the electrons and protons. And what it's going to do is it's going to produce, if we snap hydrogen and oxygen together, what do you think it produces? Produces water. Innocuous water that our body needs, but it requires oxygen. So this whole process will only happen all the way to the electron transport chain if oxygen is available. If oxygen isn't available, that backs up. This backs up, and it backs up to pyruvate. Now, this is the thing. In the muscle, when we are doing sprinting or we're lifting weights really fast, really quickly, in a way that we're trying to produce more, we need more ATP than we can make with the available oxygen, so we don't have enough oxygen basically. This all backs up to pyruvate, and pyruvate turns into lactate. This is in the muscle, not in the hepatocyte here, but in the muscle. So muscle will produce lactate. Now the great thing is that lactate will jump into the bloodstream, enter the liver cell, and will turn back into pyruvate. Brilliant, because in the liver, pyruvate can turn into glucose. So in the muscle, that lactate is useless. It can't turn into glucose for energy. So it must jump into the bloodstream. So from the muscle, the lactate jumps into the bloodstream, enters in the liver, and goes from lactate to pyruvate. Now the thing is, you might be looking here and going, yeah, but going from pyruvate to phosphatidylpyruvate, that's irreversible. We can't go from there to there and then go all the way back up, right? So what happens? All right, let's take a look. When muscle makes lactate and turns into pyruvate, pyruvate will enter the mitochondria and will turn into acetyl-CoA. No, it won't. Pyruvate will turn straight into oxaloacetate. Now, this is where that glucagon comes into play. Remember I told you it switched on glucose 6-phosphatase? Glucagon will switch on an enzyme here called pyruvate carboxylase. Pyruvate carboxylase, which turns pyruvate to oxaloacetate. Pyruvate to oxaloacetate. This uses ATP. We need ATP in this process. Now, oxaloacetate can turn into malate. That's no problem. And what happens is malate will leave. Go back into the cytosol. And what malate will do is malate will turn back into oxaloacetate. Now you might think, wait a minute, oxaloacetate to malate, malate back to oxaloacetate. Why doesn't oxaloacetate just leave? It can't. Because of its structure, oxaloacetate cannot leave and pass through the membranes of the mitochondria. But remember here I said when malate goes to oxaloacetate, it produces NADH. But when oxaloacetate goes to malate, it goes backwards. So that also means when malate goes to oxaloacetate, NADH, so again, reversible. I'm not going to write it up. There's no point writing it up because it's happening there. But the thing is, oxaloacetate doesn't turn to pyruvate. It turns into phosphatidylpyruvate. So as you can see, when blood glucose levels are low and glucagon levels are high, glucagon stimulates glucose 6-phosphatase to allow for glycogen to be produced into glucose. It produces pyruvate carboxylase for that to happen and pushes it down into this process and stimulates.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Pretty good. Almost done.
That's great, man. Do you want me to read anything?
Sure. I'll send my reflection. Hang on. Actually, I'll just share it on screen.
No problem.
Oh, actually, no, I'm not almost done. I haven't even started the logbook.
That's all good. That's all good.
Alright, let's see.
You'll get that done by probably 6.
Yeah. Reflection. Oh, it's OneDrive.
Did your hub ever come back?
Huh? Yeah. Good. I think he left around 4.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, let's read this.
I'll zoom in if you want.
Yes, please. Oh, no, actually, is that the end since that first class? That's the last paragraph?
Yeah, this is the whole thing.
Okay. Hmm. Real quick, why do you have 1 dashes for red flags but 2 dashes for failed mark? End of the 3rd paragraph.
Actually, yeah. Good catch.
All good. That's really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you write a lot better than me, I'll be completely honest. Do you mind I get mine up and you can read it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, you write
Huh?
really well.
Thanks. Check out because I wrote this all on stream.
Yeah.
When I started, I got Shahab to give me feedback on the first couple of lines.
Yeah.
The 20-minute roasting.
Yeah, but he writes on a different level, so.
Oh, no. I mean, you'll see. If you do go back, you'll see why.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, he's writing. I couldn't. Yeah, there's a different voice altogether. All right, let me know when you'd like to scroll. You'd like me to scroll down, please. I'm still a bit fried from last night. I haven't put it into the template yet, though.
Easy. Ooh. Okay. So, like, did you write this? I just finished the second paragraph. Just my question is, when you were writing this, was it focused on a particular week of?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's important to note that the PPD is actually really vague as to like what you can write for.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I'm just reading something, like write about a healing moment,
Mhm.
being able to demonstrate empathy. You know.
I'll show you what I did for my semester one, this formative submission after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like I guess I'm just
Scroll.
using
Sorry.
reflect on the critical incident that may have occurred.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Rather than being technically right.
All good?
One sec.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Nice. You did mention the patient and the family and the crowd as well. Yeah, solid.
Yeah. And the event organizer and my partner and my supervisor.
Yeah. The man went off the rubric.
Yes, hopefully. But yeah,
I
you can
didn't
see
bother doing.
I write really basic.
I mean, like, for what we're doing,
It gets the
it's
point.
kind of like, yeah, we're trying to tick those boxes. I
Mm.
kind of didn't do that for this one. But yeah, I don't know. I was feeling creative, I guess, a little bit.
Mm.
But the original one, or like my first submission,
Mm-hmm.
if I can find it. Let's see.
What was your first one on? My first one was on my first GP visit.
Oh, mine was on death.
Oh, okay.
Because it was like during the palliative care week.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, the mark just says issue related to PPD with explanation of relevance.
Yeah.
So I think that my experience encompasses that.
Yep.
Let's read this. It's really good. The only comment I have is according to the rubric, it says so for implications for PPD, to get the top bracket, implications precisely identified and well developed, which I think you have.
Okay.
High level of maturity evident in reflection, which you do have. But then this is what you don't you need a bit more. Very specific plans for improvement or change.
Okay, yeah.
And I think that you had that too in your other reflection.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
So like in your reflection too, you said that like you hope to keep that sensitivity,
Yeah.
like of coming into one's personal space.
Hmm.
How do you intend to keep that sensitivity?
Right. Plans. True.
Yeah. And that's what I kind of did in mine. I broke it up into short and long term, and you're more than welcome to do the same, obviously.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Unfortunately, it's just not a reflection. Like if it was, like a GAMSAT reflection, obviously, like
No.
yeah. But I think
And
it's just that we have some specific criteria here.
yeah. It's also like the word count, where it's just like keep
Yeah.
it short. Hmm.
Yeah. So as you wrote here, the last sentence of the second last sentence of the fourth paragraph. I want to be someone who brings presence and stillness into that space. How?
And
That's what they're going to ask.
Nice. Appreciate that.
That's all good.
I don't think I'm allowed to change this one, but I'll do it on
Yeah.
section 2.
Yeah. But you know the reason why we're not allowed to change the first one.
To show improvement.
Yeah. So part of the marking we get for the second reflection is, did we incorporate the feedback from our first reflection into our second?
Well, I don't even know if I got feedback.
Yeah, it would be on turn it in.
Let me see.
I'll go in alongside you so you know where to go.
Alright, I am still logged in.
I've got to get my phone because I'm not logged in. I'll be back.
Alright.
I'll be back.
Yep.
All right, so you just got to go to your grades.
All right, I'm here.
So my grade, and then it should be formative professional portfolio marking.
Oh, okay, so it's not in
No
assessment. Okay.
No. So your grades, formative professional portfolio marking. You click on, because like it should be the grade there, but it should be like a pretty low grade, obviously, because it's like formative.
Hmm.
And then you're gonna click on grading template, and then all your feedback's there.
All right, let's see.
So it should take you to a blank Turnitin page, and then you press the little speech bubble, and then view rubric comes up.
Okay.
They really hit it, which was annoying.
Duh. Wait, so what is it out of?
Well, the formative was out of 100, but like everyone got really low marks because it's a formative,
Hmm.
But there's some things in Turnitin that like they can't. So like there's two, like the response to tutor feedback in this formative is obviously a 0, so that like tanks your marks significantly.
Okay, so hand hygiene. I feel that I need to put that in as well. Okay, so well, I mean, I probably shouldn't share this, but here's what it is. Okay, so we got the event was the main thing where I'm lacking.
You didn't get a comment? I got comments on mine.
No, just
you got a comment there. Okay.
Well, that's like submission stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't get comments on, yeah.
Because I got I got a 68 for the event's issues. I lost marks because I actually said the name of my doctor.
Yeah.
That was my first time shadowing, and I didn't realize, so I actually like explicitly like gave her name, and I obviously lost that. And then the reason why I mentioned the stakeholders so much this second time round is because my comment for the analysis was, I would like you to focus more on how it affects other stakeholders.
Yeah.
So now I'm just mentioning every stakeholder.
Okay, so I just the plan.
But remember, like, this reflection is worth, oh gosh,
Yeah, like 0.5%.
Oh well, the two reflections combined are worth 1%.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just leave it then, because
As long as you don't fail, that's fine. Because like, you're gonna do well in the exam anyway. Like, the exam is gonna be the bulk of your mark.
Yeah. Facts.
And even like the logbook, is 0.2% of our grade.
Insane.
And I had to grind like 8 hours to do it. I actually got to proofread that now because I don't want to, like, get dates wrong or any nonsense like that.
Yeah. This guy Shahab though, he said he had to go somewhere at 10, so he's gonna wake up before and vlog.
Fair
I
enough.
don't see him.
There's probably some minor things I need to change. Oh, that's the PDF.
Be right back. By the way, I can hear the background.
Sorry.
No, all good. Just in case you wanted to keep it private.
What can you hear?
Just two people talking.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do an Anki grind today, everyone. Did the portfolio grind, but now I'm going to do the Anki grind. As you can see, I've done 55 cards in 3.5 minutes so far. Number 19 on the leaderboard. And
Let's
we'll work out a live Anki session. You finally get to see how I pull kind of ridiculous stats like this. But yeah, I've been really rubbish with Anki over the past weekend due to the portfolio. I actually lost my streak, so I'm a bit disappointed. I don't believe in like doing one card just to keep the streak alive. That's pretty disingenuous, in my opinion. Like for me, in order for my streak to actually exist, like I have to hit 1K at least. Yeah, like I did 900 cards on Sunday. Like that doesn't count. Like I did 500 cards. Sunday's always my weekday for some reason. But anyway, welcome to the show. This will probably take me to about 4 o'clock, but we'll see.
Let's go. Look who's here.
Put me on stage, bro. Like, I'm out here.
Man just woke up.
No, I didn't. I've been awake since 9. I just left the house.
Took you 2 hours to get ready?
Sort of. No, I woke up at 9 and then I like drifted in and out of sleep until 10. And then I got up. And now I'm locked in.
Yeah, Alessandro's gonna do 10K cards today.
Is that what he said?
No. He's muted though, so I have power.
Oh, true. Fair enough.
I have 2.5 banked up.
Sorry?
And then I have 2.5 banked up, and then I'm going to finish all Blue Link today, finally. So I'll probably end up hitting 4K, maybe. I'm aiming to get to 4K by like maybe 4 or 5 o'clock.
Easy, easy. Yeah, I'll meet you at that 4 or 5K number. I'm finishing Blue Link off today as well, actually. I just have to finish the radiology part, and then I'm good.
I'm not going to bother with radiology.
Me neither. I'm just tapping through it and just looking at it.
Fair enough. And then tomorrow I have to finally finish all content.
Very easy.
I kind of messed up. I started studying from the exams too early. Like if I didn't start looking at the exams, I would have been finished by now. But it is what it is.
Yo, somebody left their phone. Is this your phone? Hey. Should we flip it over and check?
Shahab stealing a phone.
No, I'm trying to, because
Yo, it's not your phone.
Somebody left their phone. Somebody left their phone, right? And it's on a bench. Somebody might take it. Yes.
Is there a police station nearby?
I don't know, man. You never know. I'm from Canada, but I've been here since January, so I don't. I think it's probably better to give it to these guys. All right, done. I'll do that. Oh shit, my bus is like right here as well.
He's missing his bus.
Hey, sir, sorry to bother you. Somebody left their phone at the bus stop, so if they do come pick it up, and they come to you, just let them know. Doing God's work right there.
You're a good man.
Yo, Drew, are you done the thing?
I did the reflections and the reports. I'm doing the logbook.
Yeah, easy. I gotta finish the report. I'll do that like quickly. I'm almost done. I was like halfway done the third report. Then I fell asleep. Okay, that's my boss. I do that steroids. I need a lighter. Hey, Alessandro, what were you saying? You started too early, right?
Yeah, I started going through the exams too early.
Oh, fair.
If I started going through the exam, like if I didn't go through the exams, I would be completely finished by now. But I decided to focus on like the really early exams. Like you can't get much out of them anyway, but I still just did stuff anyway. And as a result,
What do you mean? Like early exam?
2007 to 2015.
Oh, okay.
Like
Well, I'm saving.
you can't get much out of it, but I just wanted to do it anyway.
True. Start this GP report right now. Hopefully nobody notices me doing it.
Duromata, superior nasal concha, coccyx, jugular foramen, stenocytomastoid, gastroduodenal, intercostal neurovascular bundle, nice. Articular facet, archipical, fair enough. Internal thoracic, vagus, superior nasal meatus, oval window with stapes, yes. Vomar. It could be anything. S2, I'm going to say. Code, yeah.
Oh, conus medullaris. What?
Yeah, it's conus medullaris. Inferior nasal concha. Interspinous. Really? Head. External intercostals. Vagus. Internal thoracic. Olfactory. Posterior. That could be anything. It could be duromata or posterior spinal artery.
Posterior spinal vein.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Tympanic. No. This is facial nerve. Nice. That is the vestibular cochlear nerve. Nice. That is the ansa cervicalis. I don't know. What is the ansa cervicalis?
Ansa cervicalis.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a loop of some, like obviously it's a loop of some sort that goes around the carotid, but I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's like a nervous plexus.
because it throws me off because it always appears in like the neck.
Yeah, it's a nerve plexus. It's formed by C1 to C3 and innervates infrahyoid.
I don't need to know that, but anyway.
Well, they're never going to test ansa cervicalis. If they do, that's fucked.
Yeah, you know. Pharyngotympanic tube, phrenic, ischial ramus, inferior articular process, inferior pancreatic artery, external carotid artery. I got my directions mixed up. Damn. Piriformis, sinus, superior thyroid artery, laryngeal artery, metatarsals, digastric, flexor pollicis brevis radialis. Abductor digiti minimi. First, sphenoethmoid recess, superior mesenteric round window, body, ancestor brachiocephalic trunk, subclavius, mastoid cells, external arthurs reflected innermost. Okay. Vertebral body, greater duodenal papilla, or major, it's the same term. Traps, transverse cervical artery, superior laryngeal, superior thyroid, that's right. Thoracolumbar.
I always get those confused. Like,
yeah, me too. Thyrocervical trunk, sternal angle, right brachiocephalic vein reflected, left. I just got my directions mixed up. Wait, no, that is right. What? Hang on. Yeah, this card's wrong. It has its direction wrong. That's pretty funny.
I'm looking at it.
It says left.
Yeah, you're right.
Really right.
It's right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's so weird.
I'll send it to Google.
Yeah, GPT and ask.
Yeah.
Right. Is it?
Well, this is very clearly anterior view, so it has to be right.
But is it the left vein?
Oh, you're right, because it runs across there. Yeah. That's actually, yeah, that's really good, actually. Damn. Okay. I'll cop the L on that.
Sneaky.
Dorsal. Yeah. Interesting. All right, jumped up to 9th on the leaderboard. Let's go.
Oh, is that 9th in Australia?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's also early in the day.
Yeah.
Extensor digitorum longus. Oh, styloid process. Opens digiti minimi. Oops, wrong button. Ventral root. Dorsal primary root. Primary ramus. Okay, cool. Dorsal scapular artery. Yeah, so we can see here, this is the left brachiocephalic, and then it got cut and reflected over here. So this is the right brachiocephalic. Facial, that's the facial artery, that's the hypoglossal, that's the lingual, yeah, damn. Internal acoustic meatus, gastroduodenal, left subclavian, traps. Is that just the left auricle? Pulmonary trunk. I guess that's the border, and then it starts there. Fair enough. Mental spines, right inferior lobar bronchus, long head of the triceps, pardon me. Suprascapular. That's suprascapular. That's dorsal scapular. This is superior trunk. Yeah, I just got my cards mixed up. That's okay. Posterior superior pancreatic duodenal. Tibial nerve. C7 vertebral prominence. Glenohumeral joint capsule. Superior epigastric artery vein. Trochlea. Inferior thyroid. Groove for subclavian artery. Duramater reflected. Yes. That is facial. Yes. That is posterior ethmoid. Excellent. That is ligamentum flavum. Great. That is sternothyroid. Sternohyoid. That's right. That's atlas. No, atlas is top, axis is bottom. That is the quarter tympani. Malleus, my bad. Anterior scalene. Infrahyoid. Excellent. Cochlea. Nice. Digital slips of plantar aponeurosis. Great. Digastric. Zygomatic arch or process of the temporal bone. It depends on what card it says. Yes, it says process, but some cards say arch as well. Cricoid cartilage. Subclavian. Gastroduodenal. Duramater. Vomo. Yeah, that's fine. That is my stylohyoid. Where's the mylohyoid then? This would be the... No, that's the parotid gland. Interesting. Conus medullaris. Vertebral foramina. Superior articular facet. Process, that's right. Dorsal horn. Cava. Middle nasal concha. Accessory pancreatic duct. Left recurrent laryngeal nerve. Dorsal scapular nerve. Articular tubercle. Groove for subclavian vein. Internal jugular vein. Coronoid process. Distal phalanges. Trapezius. Isthmus. Thyroid cartilage. Oh, I'm really slow today. Wow. Anyway. Common carotid. Common hepatic. Dura mater reflected. Dorsal scapula. Pedicle. Superior laryngeal artery. Nice. Perpendicular plate. Nice. That is my superior deep lymph nodes. Nice. That is my medial condyle. That is my internal carotid. That's the pharyngotympanic tube. And that is the common carotid. That is the left venous angle. That is the tympanic plexus, tensor tympani. That's the scalar tubercle. That is the, I just had this card earlier, what? Left recurrent laryngeal nerve. That's the costoclavicular ligament. That is the same stupid card. This is going to be laryngeal artery, yes. That's the coccygeal ligament. And that is the left gonadal vein. That is the arterial tract. That is the innermost intercostals. That is the digastric. That's mylohyoid. Okay, gotcha. That's flexicarpi radialis. Great. That is anterior scalene. We had that card earlier. That is the third part. Great. That is the, yeah, that's just internal jugular. Left common carotid. This is the atlas. Left subclavian vein. Superior pubic ramus. The first part, superior. This is the ethmoid bulla. That is the the apex or crest. I think it's crest. Crest of the petrous part temple bone. Of course, it's apex. There's not an apex there, so it's very clearly a ridge. You can see it, but anyway, I'll take the L. Subclavius. That's the sacrum.
Guys, why are you laughing?
Huh?
Why are you laughing? I know
Because,
you drew. What?
No, because it was the card where it has the petrous part of the temple bone and it points towards like the ridge.
Oh,
and
yeah?
I dead ass said on camera, oh, this is either the apex or the crest. But this is like a ridge, so it looks like a crest. And I clicked it and I'm like, it's apex. I'm like, of course it's apex.
Bro, some of these cards are dumb and they're never going to test them.
No, but like I had the answer, but I just like talked myself out of the answer.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, as I was saying, though, like, 90% of this blue ink deck is not even going to get tested, and it just feels so dumb having to go through the cards.
it'll be 2 images in the whole exam, and it'll be something like really basic. Like I honestly think it'll probably be like a cerebral artery or like a nerve through like the cavernous sinus that they'll ask us to do.
Bro, like I'm thinking it's gonna be something even simpler than that. Like, I think this puriform recess question is gonna happen.
Yes.
Like they'll show you like an anatomical picture of the piriform recess, or sorry, the
larynx.
the throat, yeah, the larynx. Sorry, I'm just getting off the bus, so I'm gonna be a bit. But yeah, it's piriform, and then they'll be like, okay, where in this area are bones most likely to get stuck after eating? I think that's gonna be the question. Then what else? I also think that they'll do something like not the they'll do the kidneys. They'll do kidney histology for sure.
But that's easy. That's just DCT, PCT, and glomerulus. That's all you need.
Yeah, bonus capsule, visceral layer of the glomerulus, parietal layer of bonus capsule, all that bullshit.
Molecular denser, juxtaglomerular cells, so on and so forth.
Yeah, or they might just like be super ethnic, but like where in this is renin released. But I'm trying to think, what would they do? Because it has to be super high yield stuff, right? Oh, they didn't show us any arm or legs.
No, not even in the mid-year, actually.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's really highly likely that they'll show us like the arm or the leg. I highly doubt that they'll show us what do you call it? Something like the eye or the ear. Or if they do the eye, it'll be like looking at the lateral rectus or the superior abdominal oblique.
Yeah, but we never did the eye.
Superior oblique.
We never did the eye anatomy though.
True. That's also another thing. Wasted parts. And even ear anatomy is like so small. Like the most they'll do is like an MCQ question on both of them.
Yeah, they'll just say like, what's the correct order of the bones in the ear?
True. Last year, they had a question that said that why do things seem closer underwater?
Physics question. Let's go.
Yeah, no, they straight up asked the physics question.
What was the question though?
I was like, okay, you're underwater and explain to us why you see things closer underwater than they actually are. There's something along the lines of that.
Bro, but see, we don't have that because vision isn't in ours. Like how light actually works.
No, it isn't. The most it does is like concave versus convex lens for short-sightedness and long-sightedness.
Yeah, but we haven't even looked at lenses though. Like if you ask someone what a convex versus a concave lens, they'll genuinely don't know. Concave, convex.
Yeah, no, like that's the most it do. Like that's a hard entry
towards the focus. Convex bends light away from the focus, and so on and so forth. Actually, I'm gonna quickly find some of my old shit just to show very quickly. Education, university. What was it? It was yes, it was this.
But yo, doesn't the convex lens it bends light towards the focal point, and then the concave bends it away from the focal point?
Other way around.
I just googled it.
Concave bends it towards.
But it says concave bends it towards convex.
Concave bends it towards.
Bro, Google it, because I just Googled it, and it's saying the opposite. Convex bends it towards the focal point. Concave bends it away from the focal point. And that was in my Anki.
What focal point are you referring to? Are you referring to the real or the imaginary plane?
Yeah, I don't know what it's.
Plane. Because I'm referring.
I don't know, man.
I'm referring to the real plane, so that might be referring to the virtual plane.
No clue, man. I'm just saying that my Anki card says that.
Fair enough.
All right, yo, I gotta leave, guys. I'll speak to you very shortly.
All good. Let's get some.
Even Drew
physics.
said that. Okay.
Let's get some physics up. So this is the study of optics, which is very interesting. So if we just jump to here, for example, the three-dimensional wave equation, you can see that we have our equations in our three different dimensions, and then we're able to sum them properly. So we can obtain this expression here. And that's our three-dimensional wave problem. And then you can essentially just throw in the Laplacian. And the Laplacian is just a second order summed derivative according to a summed spatial second derivative. And then we get this very cool equation here. But yeah. Yeah, like what you guys are saying doesn't make sense. Like if you just look up a general image of concave versus convex, you can see straight away that.
What's up?
Yeah, like what Shahab was just saying, it's just objectively not true. Like if we just find like any image on concave versus convex, you can see straight away.
You're sharing the PDF. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm changing.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll just quickly show you. Like here, this is just, a poster child image,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah.
I think yeah, it's all good.
Unless I'm just a big bozo. But anyway, maybe I am. I'm a fraud.
Big scammer.
Yeah.
Have we done wound assessment?
Yes. Do you want dates?
I would love dates.
Excellent. So wound assessment was the OSCE was not the OSCE. The CCS tutorial was on the 16th of March, of May. Pardon me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If you need any help, just any dates, let me know.
Ooh, okay.
And yeah, I actually just got that completely mixed up. Concave.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that's bad. I got my converging and diverging mixed up. That's all good. I'm tired. That's my excuse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna apologize to Shahab later. He's gonna be like, bro, really?
No. Actually, yeah. like when I messaged you, it was when you said convex and concave.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, don't do that.
That's all good. That's all good. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'll take the L.
It's good. It's good.
It's a good quality of a doctor admitting that you're wrong.
Yes. All right. Wait. Spirometry was a Tuesday, but it was also a Friday.
Yeah, so we had the lab. So spirometry was. Give me a second. Sorry. We had the CCS on the 1st of August, and we had the lab on the 12th of August.
Do you remember intramuscular? You got that?
Yep, I got everything here. Intramuscular was the 20th of June. That was embarrassing. Anyway, thyrohyoid, sternohyoid, VOMA, superior articular process.
Yo, share. Present.
Oh yeah, easy. I guess no, that's stylo. Yes, it is.
Let's go.
Thyroid cartilage. I'm so tired. I think I've genuinely had like 4 hours of sleep for like the past week. Anyway.
It's not looking good.
Mylohyoid. It's not. Apex, a petrous part of temple bone. Non-coronary cusp. Sinus. Ethmoid plate. Medial. Middle. Oh yeah, there is no superior that you can see from that view. That's right. Hypogloss. Oh, for fuck. I'm selling AV. Ventral root. Sternal. Serratus. Posterior superior. This is the cusp, yeah. Atlas, and dorsal root ganglion, duramater reflected, spinal cord reflected. Thyroid artery. Bro, I'm selling arachnoid mater. Cervical. Dorsal root ganglion. Subclavian artery. Vertebral arch. Stylomastoid process. Foramen, that's right. S2. Infrahyoid, sternothyroid. Oval window, but this is going to say stapes. Xiphoid process. Pedicle. Ileum. Small intestine. Talus. Aorta. Body. Superior gluteal nerve. Internal jugular vein. White matter. Right, subclavian. Infrahyoid. Temporal process, but again, it has many different names for this one. Yeah. That's okay. I'll redo that. Left subclavian. External branch is superior. No, that was the other one. This is the thyroid artery. Yeah. Don't know. Ansa cervicalis. Non-coronary valve sinus. Orbital plate of the ethmoid. Non-coronary semilunar cusp. External branch of superior laryngeal nerve. Tensor tympani. Promontory. Articular. No, zygomatic arch. Omohyoid. Sternothyroid. Stylomastoid foramen. Tympanic nerve. Tensor arcular tympani. Left semilunar cusp. Yeah. Thyrohyoid, sternohyoid. Quarter tympani. Tympanic nerve. Tangent. Tympanic nerve. Tympanic nerve. Tympanic nerve. Okay. So Blue Link is finished, and we got 371 cards. And we're third, behind Zayn and Ben. However, I want to add some cards whilst I'm here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add 250 Blue Link cards because I've got to get it done today. And we're going to do the cranial cavity, the venous sinuses, and the brain. So this is actually brand new content for me. So you're going to see how, well, not really brand new, but because I've reset my deck, but you're going to see how I go with this content. Frontal, off rip. Clavaria, thank you. Zygomatic. Sphenoid. Maxilla. Fair enough. Anterior cranial fossil, middle cranial fossil. Moid. Tenoid. Temporal. Occipital. Frontal. Sphenoid. Parietal. Temporal. Actually, I got all those. I'm gonna quickly. Frontal. Sphenoid. Parietal, temporal, occipital, and then ethmoid. This is the lesser wing of the sphenoid, greater wing of the sphenoid. So that is the, and then this is the Optic canals. Okay. Oh, I don't know what happened there. This is the cribriform plate and foramina. That is the lesser wing of the sphenoid. And that's the Crista galli. Nice. That's the sphenoid. That's the clavaria. That is the posterior cranial fossa. This is the foramen lacerum, spinosum. Really? Fair enough. Okay. Rotundum. And that's the foramen ovale. And this is that has to be the superior orbital fissure. Lovely. That's the opening of the carotid canal. That is the spinosum. Yeah, the middle meningeal artery passes through that. That is the lesser wing. I got that mixed up again. Greater wing. That is the ovale. Yes. That is the jugular foramen. That's the foramen magnum. That's the petrous part of the temple bone. That is the superior orbital fissure. That's the optic canal. That is the foramen magnum. That is the external opening of the carotid canal. That is the spinosum. That's the ovale. That is the internal acoustic meat. Jugular notch of occipital. It's not pointing at the hole, it's pointing there. But even then I got it wrong. The internal acoustic meatus is... No, that's the jugular foramen anyway. Jugular notch of occipital. Fair enough. Spinosum, rotundum. That's the internal acoustic meatus. Okay, cool. I don't know what that is though. Hypoglossal. Okay. Internal acoustic meatus. Jugular foramen. Hypoglossal canal. Petrous part of the temporal bone. Occipital. Internal occipital protuberance. Okay. Foramen magnum. Internal acoustic. Jugular foramen. Hypoglossal. Zygomatic. Sphenoid. Frontal. Parietal. Temporal. This could be the zygomatic arch or the zygomatic process of the temporal bone. I'm probably going to go with the second one. Nice. That is the superior superior occipital line. No, superior temporal line. Inferior temporal line. Groove for the superior sagittal sinus. Groove for the middle meningeal artery. Granular. I don't know what that is. Anyway. Oh. Sono stanco. I'm tired. Zygomatic process of frontal, temporal line of frontal, orbital part, internal occipital protuberance. That's just supposed to be the frontal eminence. Fair enough. Supraorbital margin, supraorbital notch, nasal, supraorbital. No, this is internal. Fossa for lacrimal gland. We never learned that, so I don't know what I'm looking at here. Yeah, we never learned either of those. Superior orbital fissure, inferior orbital fissure, anterior lacrimal canal, ethmoid foramen. Yeah, again, I don't know what the granular... Did we learn... Do you ever remember the granular fovoli, whatever this is?
No.
All right, skip. Groove for superior sagittal sinus. Groove for middle meningeal artery. Supraorbital crest, zygomatic process. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the trochlear phobia is anyway. Temporal line of frontal, supraorbital notch, pharyngeal tubercle, supraorbital margin. Oh my goodness. Condylar canal, nasal part, ethmoid, posterior ethmoid, foramen. Okay. Occipital condyle, anterior ethmoid foramen, sphenoid, foramen magnum, occipital, parietal, external occipital protuberance, maxilla, neutral line, superior neutral line. Squamous part of the occipital bone. Okay. Laryngeal. Groove for sigmoid sinus, groove for transverse sinus. Parietal eminence, parietal foraminal, parietal bones, frontal occipital, lamboid. So this is the lamboid. Okay. So sagittal and coronal. So sagittal, lamboid. Yeah, we definitely did not look at those. Coronal we did. Inferior nasal concha. Voma. That's ethmoid. Groove for transverse sigmoid sinus. Groove for transverse sinus. Parietal eminence. Parietal foramina. This is the groove earlier, right? The occipital jugular notch of the occipital. Definitely did not look at that. Zygomatic maxillary. Nope. Hypoglossal, frontonasal, ethmoid. Yeah, this is absolutely going to be asked. Frontal sinus, ethmoid sinus, maxillary, and sphenoid. Sphenoid, frontal. I don't know. External occipital protuberance and supraorbital. Yeah, I'm not going to do that card. Overa, no. Oh, that is a crazy picture. Damn. Why do they have to pose with like the saw?
Yeah.
That's actually insane. I'm gonna skip that card. Superior sagittal sinus. Emissary vein. I do not ever remember the emissary vein, so skip that. Jugular notch of the occipital bone. Dura mater. Branch of the middle meningeal. That's fair. That's the scalp reflected. That's the temporal bone. That's the dura mater. That's the venous lacuna. Don't know. Superior sagittal sinus. Dura mater. Yeah, we just said that. Superior sagittal sinus. Emissary vein. Never looked at that. Frontal eminence. That's the scalp. Frontal bone. Superior sagittal sinus. Superior cerebral veins. Dura mater reflected. Is that the arachnoid mater? Okay. The pia mater. This is inferior of the clavaria. Again, I don't know what these things are. I never learned these things. That's the middle. That's that. Super notch. That is the. That's nice and easy. Yes. That's the frontal. Nice. That's the. Juria, what is this? Oh, you're on the phone. Sorry. Arachnoid. I'm going to keep skipping those for now. That's the optic canals. That's the posterior ethmoid foramen. Yeah, I actually need to review the brain. Pons, midbrain, occipital lobe. Okay, parietal, optic nerve, frontal. Is that temporal lobe? Yes. That is the hypophyseal fossa. That's where your pituitary gland goes if I'm not a moron. That is your parietal. Great. That is your internal acoustic meatus. Great. That is your laryngeal prominent, tubercle, pardon me. That is your squamous part of the occipital bone. Great. What is this? Oh, that's the spinosum. Yep. We'll skip that for now. Skip that for now. Superior neutral line. This is the occipital. That's the medulla oblongata. That is the. I got this mixed up last time. This is the cradle wing. Nice. That is the cerebellum. That is the. Oh, yes, this is the. With my. Yeah, okay. So lateral, third, and fourth ventricle. Okay. I don't know if I actually need those cards. Okay, I'm gonna do some housekeeping and get rid of some low yield cards or things that absolutely were not mentioned in the lectures.
Good idea.
Because like this card here, for example, like they're not gonna ask that.
Which one?
This card here.
Yeah, true.
Like they're just objectively not gonna ask it.
Yeah.
Like remember, they have to create a standard for what a reasonable student would be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And like we never ever discuss like the anatomy of the orbit, for example. Like we have to know. All we have to know about the orbit is like what like bones border it.
The orbit. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like we don't need to know about like the Okay, housekeeping is complete. And we've done 565 cards. Not bad. Okay. I'm really slow today.
It's because you're vocalizing.
That's true. Superior sagittal sinus. Again. Internal occipital protuberance. Middle meningeal. Maxilla. Duramatta reflected. Is that just the scalp? Temple bone. Oh, well. Be more specific. Occipital condyles. That is the superior sagittal sinus. That is my cerebral veins. Superior cerebral veins. Okay, be more specific. That is my occipital condyle. Condylar canal. My bad. That's the sagittal suture. That is the basilar part of the occipital bone. That is my lambdoid suture. That's my sagittal suture. That's something dumb. Yeah, parietal eminence. Anyway. Occipital lobe. Anterior ethmoid foramen. Midbrain. My bad. This is the ventricles. Lateral third, fourth. Okay. Already said that. Fourth? Yeah. Lateral. Okay. Parietal. Cerebral. Third. Cerebral. Oh gosh. Cerebral aqueduct. Okay. Fourth ventricle. Ooh. What do we got here? Okay. So where's the front of the brain? Okay, yes. Give me a second. I am back. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Okay, how many cards have I done? Stick. You look who's that? Look who's popping up. Look who's popping up on the leaderboard.
Oh, Mr.
Damn.
Daddy himself.
Yeah. My father is coming up on the leaderboard, guys. All right, let's keep going. Inferior cerebral, posterior inferior cerebellar artery. Okay. That's my maxillary. Wait, where's the ethmoid? That's the sphenoid, so that's the ethmoid. Okay, I'm a bozo. Oopsie doopsie. Lamboid suture. Coronial suture? Yes. Laryngeal protuberance, I think it is. Tubercle. I've been saying it wrong the whole time. Ethmoid sinus. Lateral ventricle. I hate how like you have to look. I'm trying to verb. Actually, I'm going to study like this all next year. Actually, because it's really keeping me accountable.
Yeah.
Parietal foramina. Because like I really have to get it right to move on, instead of just going like, oh yeah, okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Meningeal artery branches. Yeah, middle meningeal artery. Well, there's only the middle. Okay.
What is that?
Lateral ventricle, third ventricle. Pardon me. Is that the lateral? No, that's not. That's the fourth ventricle. Yes. This is the a groove for transverse sinus. Dura mater, hypoglossal canal, superior sagittal sinus. Nice. Sphenoid sinus, pia mater. That the dura mater reflected, scalp reflect. Oh, because it's not being peeled back yet. Okay. Dura mater. That's the superior sagittal sinus again. That is the. Yeah, this was the weird one. Jug. I'm gonna skip that card. I'm not gonna ask that. Dura mater. Is the midbrain? Yes. Okay, that is the. Did not get this one wrong. That is the frontal. Great. That's the pons. Great. That's the optic. Great. That is the temporal. Great. Parietal. Great. That's the frontal. Great. And that is the squamous part of the occipital bone. Great. That is the third ventricle. Great. That's the cerebellum. Groove for straight sinus. Oh my gosh, I keep getting that wrong. Sigmoid sinus. Because the left, yeah, the inferior sagittal sinus goes into the straight sinus, which then goes to the left. Yeah. Temporal. Medulla oblongata. Arachnoid mater. Middle meningeal artery neurovasculature. Oh, never mind. Condylar canals. Cerebellum. Superior neutral line. Laryngeal tubercle. Hypophyseal. Now I'm getting it mixed up that way. That's okay. Lateral ventricle. Just got an email from Auburn. Anyway. Occipital. Have you done much research into your clinical school? Posterior inferior cerebellum pain. Yep. Oh, you're on the phone still. Sorry. Dura mater. Oh. This is the groove for the sigmoid sinus. That is the rotundum. That's the superior sagittal sinus. That's the superior sagittal sinus. That's the sagittal suture. That is the hypoglossal nerve, accessory nerve. Okay. That is the optic nerve. Okay. That is the olfactory tract. Okay. And that is the internal carotid artery. Okay. That is the oculomotor. That is the posterior cerebral. That is the superior cerebellar. That is the posterior inferior cerebellar artery. That is the anterior spinal artery. That is the posterior spinal artery. That is the vertebral arteries. That is the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. That is the posterior cerebral artery. Okay, I'm just going to do some housekeeping actually, just to tidy this up a bit, because admittedly there are too many cards at the moment for me to really keep my composure. So I'm just going to focus on the cards that I've already looked at. So no new cards for a bit. Oh, so parietal, occipital, lateral cerebral aqueduct. Yeah, that is the interventricular far lateral ventricle. Laryngeal tubercle, got it right this time. Olfactory tract, that is the fourth ventricle. That's the internal carotid artery. This is an artery, but I don't know what artery it is. Superior cerebellar artery. This is a nerve. What nerve is this? I said it earlier. Oculomotor. Great. And that's another artery. So posterior cerebral, superior cerebellar. Interesting. Okay. That is the anterior vertebral, posterior inferior cerebellar artery. Okay. That is the posterior spinal artery. And that is the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. Okay, this is interesting. Again, I'm going to do some housekeeping. We had never actually learned about all of these different arteries. So the odds that they're in the exam is a little unlikely, admittedly. Yeah, so I'm going to get rid of some of them. Like pica, for example. Yeah, like the basilar artery. We never learned that. Anterior cerebral artery, middle cerebral artery, never learned that. The nerves are very important. We looked in great detail at the nerves. And then the rest, I think we do need to know. Yes. Yes. Okay. Lateral interventricular foramen. Third ventricle. Superior cerebellar artery. Posterior cerebrum artery, cerebral artery. Okay. That is the superior cerebral vein. That is the optic nerve. That is the maxillary sinus. That is the scalp reflected. That's the fourth ventricle. That is the spinal accessory nerve. That is the third lateral ventricle. That is the hypophyseal fossa. That is the condylar canal. This is the third ventricle, lateral ventricle. I always get those two mixed up. Temporal bone, lateral ventricle. Third ventricle, yep. Posterior cerebellar, posterior inferior. Interventricular foramen, posterior inferior cerebellar, posterior cerebral, third ventricle. Let's introduce some more cards. Optic, ocular mode. Okay, so let's get our bearings. So optic, oculomotor, trochlear, trigeminal. Okay. Internal, carotid, optic, trochlear, trigeminal. Okay. Abducens, facial, vestibular coccular. So abducens, facial, and then what is it here? Well, I'm going to assume that's the glossopharyngeal, right? I'm going to assume vagus, great. I'm going to assume spinal accessory, because it comes from the foramen magnum, and then it's going to go through the, what do you call it, jugular foramen. And that means it's the hypogloss, of course, the sigmoid sinus. Okay, jugular foramen magnum. Pardon me. Hypoglossal. Okay, and that's the apex of the petrous part of the temporal bone. The cavernous sinus. No, where is the cavernous sinus? It's not even on this card. Superior sagittal sinus. Inferior sagittal sinus. Confluent. Never looked at that. Straight sinus, great cerebral vein, falx cerebri separates. Yes, it does. Tenatorum cerebelli, falx cerebri. Tenatorum cerebelli, diaphragmatic cellae. 10, didn't look at that. Falx cerebri. Transverse straight, superior petrosal sinus, cavernous. Okay, there's cavernous. Okay. Sigmoid sinus, straight sinus, great cerebral vein, superior petrosal sinus, cavernous sinus, diaphragmatic cellae, superior sagittal sinus opened, falx cerebri, jugular foramen. What's this? vein. Straight sinus. Tentorium cerebelli. Optic nerve. Falx cerebri. Inferior petrosal, superior petrosal sinus. Accessory. Posterior cerebellar artery. Superior cerebellar artery. Damn. Straight sinus. Posterior. No. Superior. Oh my god, I literally just had this. Superior cerebellar artery. Lateral ventricle. That is trochlear, trigeminal. Posterior cerebral artery, nice. Lateral ventricle, nice. Third ventricle, nice. Optic canal, optic. Yeah, that's fair. That's trochlear. It's abicans, damn. Glossopharyngeal. Is that going to say that's the apex? That's the trochlear nerve. Okay. Superior petrosal sinus, tentorium falx cerebri. Hypoglossal, yeah, cool. Falx cerebri. Spinal accessory nerve. Vagus. Internal carotid. Vestibular cochlear. Oh no, that's the other one. Oh, that's okay. A little misstep there. That's all right. I need a timeout. Oh, how many cards do I have left? I have 2,104.
stimulates this enzyme here, which is called phosphoenolpyruvate carboxykinase. That's a great name, isn't it? We can write phosphoenolpyruvate, PEP, carboxykinase. And so that turns to phosphoenolpyruvate. And then look, it can go backwards, 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 backwards. Uh-oh, can't go backwards here. It's okay. Glucagon allows for another enzyme to be released so that it can go backwards here. And that's called fructose. I've wiped that out accidentally. Fructose 1,6-bisphosphatase. Fructose 1,6-bisphosphatase. Now, what can we do? We can take lactate and turn it to pyruvate. Pyruvate can turn into oxaloacetate, which turns to malate, which turns back to oxaloacetate, which turns to phosphoenolpyruvate, which goes back, 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 glucose. Lactate can turn into glucose, and that can jump into the bloodstream and feed back to the muscle cell itself. Awesome. Now, muscle isn't the only producer of lactate. Red blood cells produce lactate as well. So they both produce lactate. Now, why red blood cells? Remember, red blood cells they're just packed with oxygen. They have no mitochondria. If they've got no mitochondria, this doesn't happen. Ironically, red blood cells might be packed with oxygen, but it can't use it for the electron transport chain because it doesn't have one. So all red blood cells can do is glycolysis. What's the end stage of glycolysis? Pyruvate. What are you going to do with pyruvate? When you're done with it, turns to lactate. But remember, red blood cells can't. So when glucagon, making these really important enzymes here, this only happens in the liver and the kidneys. It doesn't happen in the muscle, it doesn't happen in the brain, which means this process of gluconeogenesis, which ultimately is taking pyruvate to make glucose again, it only happens in the liver and kidneys. That's why when muscle and red blood cells make something like lactate, it has to deliver it to the liver so the liver can undergo gluconeogenesis. Super important point, super important. All right, so we've got lactate, that is an energy source in this process. You can also use amino acids as well. And amino acids come from proteins and muscle, and one important amino acid is alanine. It's probably the most utilized amino acid for gluconeogenesis, and it again jumps to pyruvate, which we've spoken about, that process. But there's other amino acids that can jump in, like glutamate, for example. We know that glutamate can be made from a range of other amino acids too, but that can turn into alpha-ketoglutarate. And there's amino acids that can jump in here, and amino acids that can jump in here, for example, and other discrete areas. So amino acids can be used as a substrate to make glucose, to increase blood glucose levels. Here's another point. We've also got triglycerides, right? Triglycerides, or triacylglycerides, depending on what you want to call them. That's fat, right? It's in adipose tissue predominantly. And triglycerides are made up of glycerol and fatty acids. So the triglycerides will split off and release the glycerol and will release the fatty acids. All right, let's first look at glycerol. Glycerol, thankfully, can turn into dihydroxyacetone phosphate. Now, what does that mean? Glycerol, dihydroxyacetone phosphate can go back. Yep. Glucose. Glycerol can turn into glucose. So not only is lactate a source and amino acids a source, but glycerol is a source for gluconeogenesis. These are the three major gluconeogenic sources: glycerol, lactate, and amino acids. You might be thinking, what about fatty acids? I'll get there in a sec. But let's talk about fasting, right? Let's say you've woken up from sleep. You've slept 8 hours, you haven't eaten in 8 hours. So you've been fasting for 8 hours. After this time, what you're going to find is that after this 8 hours, glycogen will be contributing around about, let's use blue, glycogen will be contributing around about 40 to 70% of the glucose production after 8 hours. Lactate will be contributing around about 7 to 18%. Amino acids like alanine will be contributing around about 5 to 11%, and glycerol will be contributing around, sorry, other way around. Glycerol will be contributing around about 5 to 11%, and amino acids will be contributing around about 3 to 5%. So as you can see, outside of glycogen, lactate is the major gluconeogenic substrate. That's important. Now that's after 8 hours. What do you think happens after 14 hours, for example? So after 14 hours, what you're going to find is that these gluconeogenic substrates, they will be contributing 54% of the glucose. After 22 hours of fasting, they move up to contributing to 64% of the glucose, which means glycogen's dropping, right? After 42 hours, so we're nearly at 2 days here, gluconeogenic substrates contribute 84% of the glucose. Because again, the point is to increase blood glucose. Why? Why do we want to increase blood glucose? Why don't we just want to make energy? Because blood glucose levels are important because that's what the brain uses. That's what red blood cells use. That's predominantly what muscles will use. That's also what the retina and renal medulla uses. So we need the glucose levels to be normal in the bloodstream. That's important. Because if you think about this process, taking pyruvate, right, because ultimately a lot of gluconeogenesis is going from pyruvate through, this uses energy. You can see energy is used here, for example. Energy is going to be used here. We take GTP and turn it into GDP. So we use energy, we use energy. We also use energy here, right? By reversing this, we take ATP and turn it into ADP. Here we take NADH and turn it into NAD+. So as you can see, we lose ATP here, we lose ATP effectively here, we lose ATP here, we lose NADH here. So when we look at the process of gluconeogenesis, net, you end up getting, you lose 1, you lose 2 ATP, you lose 3 ATP, and you've lost an NADH. But remember, we've got 2 of these. So we lose a lot, right? Let's just say if we do it from 1, we end up losing 2 ATP. We lose around about -2 ATP, -1 GTP, and -1 NADH. But my point is that gluconeogenesis needs energy. It needs energy. And you might be thinking, but wait a minute. My blood glucose levels are low. I've got no energy. I'm fasting, right? I'm 14, 22, 42 hours of fasting. I need energy. I don't have energy. So how can I undergo gluconeogenesis to make glucose if I don't have any available energy? Well, this is where the fatty acids come into play. The fatty acids will turn into acetyl-CoA. At least the even chain fatty acids will. This process is called beta oxidation. And the great thing about beta oxidation is it produces NADH and FADH2, which I told you, what do? They produce ATP. ATP effectively here, we lose ATP here, we lose NADH here. So when we look at the process of gluconeogenesis, net, you end up ATP and you've lost an NADH. But remember, we've got 2 of these. So we lose a lot, right? Let's just say if we do it from 1, we end up losing 2 ATP. We lose around about -2 ATP, -1 GTP, and -1 NADH. But my point is that gluconeogenesis needs energy. It needs energy. And you might be thinking, but wait a minute. My blood glucose levels are low. I've got no energy. I'm fasting, right? I'm 14, 22, 42 hours of fasting. I need energy. I don't have energy. So how can I undergo gluconeogenesis to make glucose if I don't have any available energy? Well, this is where the fatty acids come into play. The fatty acids will turn into acetyl-CoA. At least the even chain fatty acids will. This process is called beta oxidation. And the great thing about beta oxidation is it produces NADH and FADH2, which I told you, what do? They produce ATP. So effectively, you can, and this changes depending on the fatty acid, get around about 4 ATP molecules just in the process of beta oxidation, taking fatty acids to turn into acetyl-CoA. This is the energy that's used to feed gluconeogenesis. Hopefully that makes sense. But let's think even more long term, right? We're going 48 hours and above. Think about this. If we want to make glucose, and ultimately we're doing it by turning pyruvate into oxaloacetate, but oxaloacetate is getting dragged out of here, right, in the form of malate. So to create glucose, think about the Krebs cycle. We're pulling oxaloacetate out. But I told you we need oxaloacetate to bind to acetyl-CoA. When we break down fats, which we do when we're fasting, fatty acids are turning into acetyl-CoA. So we're increasing our acetyl-CoA levels, but decreasing our oxaloacetate levels because it's being taken out and turning into glucose. Acetyl-CoA needs to bind to oxaloacetate to make energy, but it can't. So acetyl-CoA just starts to accumulate. All these fatty acids turn into acetyl-CoA, accumulate, and they snap together. Now, when acetyl-CoA snaps together, it forms something called ketones, like beta-hydroxybutyrate, for example. That's a ketone. What the ketones do is they can jump into the bloodstream and go to the brain. The brain will take those ketones, and let's pretend that this is the brain. It takes those ketones, throws it into the mitochondria, and turns it into acetyl-CoA. So it can enter the Krebs. But you might be thinking, wait, the oxaloacetate's gone. Not in the brain. Remember, only in the liver does this process of gluconeogenesis occur. So it's only in the liver where the oxaloacetate levels are low because it's trying to make glucose. In the brain, you're going to have normal oxaloacetate levels. But the problem is you're going to have low acetyl-CoA levels in the brain because you don't have any glucose to make it, right? So luckily, ketones can make acetyl-CoA, and then you can make all the energy that your brain, well, not all of it, because ketones are a bit of a sluggish way to produce ATP, but it can make ATP. So that is the difference between fed and fasting state metabolism. I'm Dr. Mike. I hope that made sense.
Hi everyone, Dr. Mike here. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe. We've got hundreds of others just like this. If you want to contact us, please do so on social media. We are on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Dr. Mike Todorovic at D. Hi everyone, Dr. Mike here. In this video, we're taking a look at the electron transport chain. This is the final step of cellular respiration. Remember, in this process, we're taking glucose, turning it into pyruvate, turning it into acetyl-CoA, undergoing the Krebs cycle, spitting out a whole bunch of substrates that can hold hydrogen and electrons for us, and handing them off to this particular step. Let's take a look. All right, so what we need to understand is, first of all, remember we took glucose, and this glucose we turned into pyruvate. In actual fact, we turned it into 2 molecules of pyruvate, which we then turned into 2 molecules of acetyl-CoA. All right, in this process of turning glucose to pyruvate, glycolysis, we spat out 2 molecules of something called NADH. In the process of turning pyruvate to acetyl-CoA, we spat out 2 more molecules of NADH. And when acetyl-CoA entered the mitochondria and entered what we call the Krebs cycle, also known as the citric acid cycle, also known as the tricarboxylic acid cycle, we spat out 6 NADH, and we spat out 2 FADH2. This is the whole purpose of us undergoing these extensive processes, is to spit out these NADH molecules and FADH2 molecules. Why? To recap, if you haven't watched my glycolysis or Krebs video, remember this. The whole purpose is for NAD plus or FAD to steal hydrogen from these carbon molecules, and with that hydrogen steal electrons. So at the end of the day, the NAD plus stole 2 hydrogens to create NADH, right? Plus another H and a hydrogen ion. What does this mean? Basically, the NAD plus stole a full, complete hydrogen. Remember, hydrogen is just a positive proton with a negative electron flying around the outside. NAD plus stole one of these to give us NADH plus. Let's ignore this for the moment. Then it stole another hydrogen, but only stole the electron. So getting rid of that. And keeping, or what's remaining, is a positive proton. And another way of writing a positive proton is H plus. So that's what NAD plus does. Still 2 hydrogen. One, it keeps everything. On the second one, it just keeps the electron and releases the proton. What FAD does is actually just takes 2 hydrogen and creates FADH2. So these hydrogens hold on to electrons. So what we need to have a look at is, what do they now do with them? Simple. They, inside the mitochondria here, hand them off to a range of proteins. Now, here inside the mitochondria, we've got 6 NADH, 2 FADH2, all have come from one glucose. The 2 NADH and the 2 NADH here, they end up entering the mitochondria through one way or another, and then they end up here. So basically, my point is, we've got a whole bunch of NADH sitting in the mitochondria and a whole bunch of FADH2. What now happens? Well, firstly, the NADH will come across this protein complex embedded across the inner membrane of the mitochondria. It's an integral protein, which means it spans the complete inner membrane. And so this is called complex 1. And what NADH does is it hands it off its electrons like this, hands it off the electrons and releases the protons. So hands the electrons and releases the protons, right? Now what happens is, in this protein complex, a number of what we call redox steps occur. What is this? All right. Redox means reduction and oxidation. They're two totally separate, the flip side of a coin, right? Remember this, LEO, Leo. The loss of electrons is oxidation. So when a molecule loses an electron, it's called oxidation. When a molecule gains electrons, it's called reduction. So simply what happens in here is that the electron is passed from one molecule to another molecule. And as it does this, this is redox, right? One gains, then it loses, then it gains, then it loses. And in this, it excites this protein complex. It excites it enough that this channel here can actually take the hydrogen and pump it across into the intermembrane space. That's
My bad, bro. I didn't see you there.
step one. NADH hands off the electrons, excites complex 1 enough so that it can generate a proton motive force to pump the hydrogens across into this intermembrane space. The thing is, this complex cannot hold on to the electrons because it will damage it. Electrons, if it's been stripped or added to something, can cause oxidative stress. This protein is not equipped to handle electrons long term. It will be subject to oxidative stress. So it must hand this electron off, and it hands it off to this thing here. This is called coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10. And what coenzyme Q10 does is it is equipped to hold onto the electron without causing oxidative stress. Perfect. Next thing is this. This is now complex 2. This was complex 1. This is complex 2. Complex 2 does not steal electrons from NADH, but it does steal electrons from FADH2, producing FAD. Similar thing, the electron jumps in and a whole bunch of redox steps occur, which ends up exciting this particular protein, but there is no transmembrane channel for the hydrogen to be pumped across because it's got the coenzyme Q10 hat on it. There's no room for it to move through. So it excites it, but ultimately its job was just to steal the electrons from FADH2 and again passes it off to coenzyme Q10 because just like complex 1, complex 2 can't hold on to it. So it